So let's join the program. They're singing the wonderful poem set to music by James Weldon Johnson. Lift every voice and sing. Sing along. The gloomy past, that land where the light gleam of our bright star is cast. The weary God of our silent tears, thou who hast brought us thus far, O Lord. Thou who hast by thy might led us into the light, keep us forever the path we pray. Straight from the places of God where we there's drunk with the wine of the world. Shadow beneath thy hand, may we forever stand true to our cause. Yeah.
Now, family, I just wanted to let you know, and of course, yes, I am boasting. I'm somewhat bragging. Allah says He will stop the boaster, so I'm not boasting. But James Weldon Johnson was my frat brother. 5 December 1914, Blue 5, but that's another story.
Okay.
We're going to bring on the key organizer of the National Online Congress of Deliberative Dialogue, my big brother, our big brother, Dr. Alim Muhammad. We can welcome him with a strong black clan.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome, welcome everyone.
Islam, sir.
Happy Independence Day. This is a great day. I want to thank all of you for being a part of this momentous occasion. Of course, all that we do and all that we say is in the name of Allah and in the name of His messenger, who was raised among us, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We thank Allah, who came on this day in 1930. 16 years ago, a strange man appeared on the streets of Detroit, Michigan. And within a few short years, he has engendered the birth of a nation. And so that's what we're celebrating today. We're celebrating the birth, or should we say the rebirth, of a nation that was founded by Master Fawad Muhammad. So July the 4th is not only the birth of our nation, the Nation of Islam here in the wilderness of North America, but July the 4th is also, as you well know, the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States of America. And so this day has many, many great significances to many different people. In fact, today, as we speak, the greatest funeral, the largest funeral in the history of the world is taking place in Iran and throughout the Muslim world. And this is ushering in a new age that has never been seen before, the resurgence of the Muslim Ummah, the Muslim world, the Muslim nation. So when we say that we are convening a Congress of the Black nation or of the Nation of Islam, we don't just mean the tiny little nation of Islam in the wilderness of North America, but we're talking about the entirety of the original nation on planet Earth. So welcome, welcome. This is a momentous occasion, and I feel lucky. I hope you feel lucky and blessed to be a part of it. So I have some images. I'm going to go through my presentation as quickly as I can, just as we are asking all of the presenters today to go through their presentations as quickly as possible. Speed counts. Speed counts today. So no one is going to go deep. No one's going to give a speech. All of the presenters, we hopefully will have about 27. I don't know if we will or not. All has been done at the last minute, in a hurry. And not only did we not have a chance to double check on everything, we didn't necessarily have to check the first time. And so Allah willing, we will have a very successful day. So these, go back to the beginning, please. So this Congress is concerning the 9 ministries. The idea for a Congress began around Savior's Day, the theme of which was making our communities a safe and decent place to live. And when I thought about it from a practical, programmatic point of view, I said, how else could we make our communities a safe and decent place to live except through the 9 ministries? And so many people have never heard of the 9 ministries before. They never heard of the task force groups that were developed almost a generation ago, last spoken about widely in the public in the year 2007. And so maybe the time has come. They say there's no thing more powerful than an idea whose time has come. And so perhaps July the 4th, 2026 is the time for the 9 ministries as an idea, more than an idea, but as a programmatic thrust of a people yearning to be free. Maybe the time has arrived. Next image, please. Has the time arrived? This is our Independence Day. See, that's what Detroit looked like in 1930. And so 16 years ago, we were given a message. We were given a chance. We were given an out from the judgment of this world. We were given the knowledge of God and the devil and the knowledge of ourselves and others. And we were given a messenger who taught us for 40 years as a perfect leader, teacher, and guide. And not only that, an example of what he was teaching. And so this is our Independence Day if we want to go free. Next image, please. Is that what we want to do? So there's the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and his teacher, and it's the main reason why we are here. We wouldn't be here. We wouldn't even be alive, actually, if it had not been for the coming of Master Fard Muhammad and the raising of his messenger among us. Next image, please. So what idea do you have of something new? Master Fard Muhammad, the Mahdi of the Muslims, the Messiah of the Christians, he comes to make all things new, as is mentioned in the Bible. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad asks you and me in the book, our Savior has arrived. What idea do you have of something new? So that's what this Congress is all about. What idea do you have? We don't know who you are. Some of the presenters today are people that we don't even know. We never saw before. We never met in person. But they're people who have made themselves known because they have a bright idea. Do you have a bright idea? Well, let it be known. Let yourself be known. And so sometimes we look at a mass of people like this image shows us, and we don't know who's who. We don't know who has living brains and who is still mentally dead. And so we're making a call to our community. Do you have an idea that would help benefit all of us? Well, let us hear from you. You have a responsibility. What man having a light hides it under a bushel? Next image, please. So July the 4th, 2026. See, you should be here doing a presentation. We at the last minute made a call to many people, and because of scheduling conflicts and other things, people have family reunions, they're traveling, there's all kinds of reasons why they couldn't necessarily respond to the calls. It doesn't mean that they didn't want to, but it was just inconvenient and at the last minute. And so I want to thank all of those who did respond at the last minute, without proper preparation. This kind of an event probably would take at least 6 weeks to properly organize. And so we're doing it in less than 6 days. So you should do a presentation. And maybe if we missed you this time around, not that you couldn't call in as a part of this program today, but maybe if we missed you this time around, maybe you'll be ready the next time that we convene a Congress concerning these 9 ministries and the survival of the Black nation. Next image, please. So who is this? This is John Hanson, the first president of the United States. See, on this date, 1776, John Hanson was the chairman of the Continental Congress. And out of the Continental Congress came the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States. So in truth, John Hanson is the father of America. There wouldn't have been, they could not agree among themselves. I mean, Patrick Henry and George Washington and Ben Franklin, they couldn't agree among themselves who was qualified to convene a Congress. But all of them agreed that this man, John Hanson, and many claim that technically he's the first president of the United States because he was the chairman of the Continental Congress 250 years ago. I wonder if Mr. Trump is going to mention that fact as he celebrates 250 years of independence. They would not have been independent had it not been for John Hanson. You can find his image on the $2 bill. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad told us we had to send some of our scientists to help these people to become a free, independent nation. We had to help them design their flag. We had to write the Declaration of Independence. This is all based on Quranic precepts. When you really read the U.S. Constitution, you'll see it's actually an Islamic document. They just can't live up to it. Next image, please. Nothing wrong with it. And so we're going to take a historical look. 100 years ago, what was going on these dates? This was when Marcus Garvey was having great rallies, you know, in New York City and Harlem and all over the world. And his program became adopted, not by ourselves, but you see the Star of David on his lapel. So this became the Zionist program. They did what Marcus Garvey told us to do. He came to his own, but his own received him not. And others stole a hearing from him, and they made great progress, as we see in today's politics. Next image, please. So this is a session of deliberative dialogue because there's a dilemma. How does a nation of gods rule itself? If every one of us is a god, as Jesus claimed, if every one of us is in Allah, as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught, how are we to govern ourselves? How could independent, free-thinking gods be governed by a dictator? How? So in the teachings itself, it shows us that the scientists of Islam convened a meeting at the root of civilization to decide what must be done with the lost foundation of Islam. So if the 12 wise scientists of the nation of Islam convene in a deliberative dialogue session, hey, then that is the way for all of us to go. So that is the reason and the motive behind the convening of this national deliberative dialogue session concerning the ultimate challenge that now confronts us as a Black nation or original nation on the planet Earth. What are we going to do about it to save ourselves? And so deliberative dialogue is the way in which a nation of gods must rule itself on the basis of equality. Next image, please. And so these are some of the great examples that inspired us in the past, and we have to make this a reality. There was nothing wrong with the power program, but it just needed to be properly organized. Next image, please. Look at that souvenir journal. And this was another souvenirs journal from 1981. And there's hundreds of businesses listed in these souvenir journals. So they just needed to be organized into a Ministry of Trade and Commerce. Next image, please. And that's what we're trying to do. Not to discount what was done in the past. We're standing on the foundation of what was done in the past. Now, this is a copy of the Commissioner's Workbook that was developed in response to Minister Farrakhan's request of me in November 2000, after major surgery that almost cost him his life. He called me to his bedside and he said to me, Dr. Alim, I don't think that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad would be pleased with me if I left the Nation of Islam in the condition that it's in. Would you please help me to reorganize and restructure the Nation of Islam? And I, of course, agreed and became the chairman of the Commission for the Restructuring and Reorganization of the Nation of Islam. Now that brought to mind what happened as I joined the nation in 1968 at the age of 20. As I climbed the steps of mosque number 19 in Dayton, Ohio, a voice sounded in my ear saying, there's nothing wrong with the Nation of Islam. It just needs to be organized. And of course, the rest is history, as they say. So the commissioner's workbook was a result of that effort over 7 years. So you can buy this on Amazon. Next image, please, which gives you a detailed study guide look into the internal dynamics, highlighting the problems of the Nation of Islam. Why highlight the problems? Because the first step of atonement is to point out the wrong. Now, this is also a book that came out of the work of the commission, a short manual on deliberative dialogue. So today we're very experimental. We know that most of the people have not read this book and they have not had any experience in deliberative dialogue. And so we're going to try as best we can to have a loose deliberative dialogue session, and keep within the rules, roles, and responsibilities that are necessary. So I've overrun my time. Has Dennis Speed joined us?
Doctor, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. So
you're able to see me as well, I hope.
So let me turn the microphone over to someone that probably most of you are not familiar with. But he and his wife actually have been friends of mine, 30 years, 35 years, and this is a very, very intellectual man, brother, who was very instrumental in the background. He's one of the unsung heroes in the organizing of the Million Man March. It would not have been what it was without the help of this man and his associates. He is an associate of the late Lyndon LaRouche, and he continues to work internationally with the widow of Lyndon LaRouche, Helga Zepp LaRouche, and he actually is I would really just say that I don't know if officially the leader, but he's a leader of an international peace coalition that works on many different levels. So having said that, let me introduce to you the illustrious, the dynamic Dennis Speed.
Well, thank you very much for that, Doctor. I don't know if I'm going to live up to all of that. I'd like to just say to everybody in the words of peace, assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam, sir. Thank you.
And just in order to perhaps just give a little context, 30 years ago today in Philadelphia, it was an occasion where the Honorable Louis Farrakhan and Mr. Lyndon LaRouche spoke on the same platform. It was at a meeting held in Philadelphia and was sponsored by the Declaration of Independence Co-Signers Convention. This was the Reverend James Bevel. I think many of you are familiar with the Reverend James Bevel and his role in the Million Man March. He was the person who brought the concept of atonement as the central idea in a series of discussions actually, with Mr. Farrakhan. Was in a couple of those discussions, as was Dr. Alim. That was in the period of January through March of 1994. The march was in October 16th of 1995. And what occasioned those discussions was that Mr. Farrakhan had observed, and he conveyed to Reverend Bevel, I was there when this occurred, that he was doing the men-only meetings from the year before and was seeing turnouts at these meetings, which were, he thought, disproportionate even to what he was saying. That somehow something else was going on. And he said to us in those meetings that he thought that it would be possible to bring 1 million black men together in an assembly. And what Bevel said was, well, if you're going to do that, you want these people to come together and you want these people to atone first, because you can't talk about doing any right or any justice unless you first confess your sins and repent and then atone. Bevel was very he simply correctly often referred to that passage, if my people who are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear them from heaven and forgive their sins and restore their land. I think that's about right. I tried to quote that. And so the Million Man March, after that happened, which was in October, there were a series of meetings that also happened the following year. And in July of 1996, Bevel held this Declaration of Independence Co-Signers Convention. This year is the 33rd year since that organization was formed. I think people are aware of the significance of the number 33, certainly in the light of Jesus Christ.
Yes.
And this is important for people to think about. It's the 250th anniversary, we are told, of we really say it's the 250th anniversary of the writing of and presentation of and signing of the Declaration of Independence. That we could say. I don't think it's necessarily correct to say it is the 250th anniversary of the creation of the United States of America. I'm not sure we would all agree with that. But I also want to take the opportunity, since many people don't know me well, to just say something about what the minister said that day about the Declaration of Independence and what Lyndon LaRouche used to say about the whole document. And the reason I'm going to do this is because since we want to consider where we go from here, since we're trying to consider our relationship to current, put it this way, history as currency. Think about history as though it's a currency. You're trying to use it to purchase things or to invest. This is our relationship, I think, that we have to take to everything, including a document like the Declaration of Independence. So on that occasion in Philadelphia, you can find this is at the Final Call site, by the way, where the minister is talking at this particular point about the Declaration of Independence. And he says this. He says, well, this Declaration of Independence is something really to be considered. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men, meaning male and female, are created equal. And then the minister says, well, I don't know about that. See, if all men were created equal, why have we, black people in America, been catching so much unequal hell? or is it that you didn't consider us or me to be men and women? Oh, I see. So you relegated us out of humanity. But even so, your language is not quite correct. No two things in nature are equal, so God never created men and women equal. He created them equally. Let's look at language. You can't say that the flea is equal to the elephant, and you can't say that a star that does not have the majestic power of the sun is equal to the sun. There are no two things in this universe equal, but what renders all things equal is that God created them equally in obedience to a law. It is law that renders unequal things equal. It says we are all equal, but somebody runs faster than the rest, somebody jumps higher than others, somebody plays better, sings better, dances better, because nothing is equal except under law. He said, take, for example, the Holy Quran and a pen. Now, the pen could be black with a little stone in it. It looks nice, but I don't think it's equal to the Quran. Not equal in weight, not equal in size, not equal in effect. But if I drop these two things onto a desk, the pen is not going to get there faster because it's lighter and smaller. The pen and the book will arrive at the same time because when I drop them into a law of gravity. and it is not, and it is the law that renders unequal things equal. Now, what is my point? There is no way that the Declaration and the Constitution can have real meaning under law if I am a racist or a sexist and see myself better because I am white or black, see myself better because I am male or female. If I start messing with that, which will cause me to be an unjust judge, then I am destructive of the document. The words are right. The actions of the government are wrong. So that's what he had to say. And he said that on that occasion 30 years ago in Philadelphia. Now, I'm not going to quote Lyndon LaRouche on that occasion, but I'm going to tell you about something he once said. And it used to, we kept it quiet. We didn't suppress it. We kept it quiet because we knew everybody would get very upset. He said this. He said, well, you know, everybody knows I support the United States. I've run for president 8 times. Always talk about the idea of the Constitution and so on. All this is all true. He said, but, you know, the Declaration of Independence says we hold these truths to be self-evident. He said, nothing is self-evident. Nothing is self-evident. Now, you can understand why we would have kept that quiet, because we don't want people to start walking around saying, well, people aren't equal. Right? Except that Minister Farrakhan actually brought what the truth of that was, and that was what Lyndon LaRouche was saying. He said, and he always taught this, you must not take anything as self-evident. You must take, he talked about axioms. And he talked about the idea that axioms are prejudices. Like if it says the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. He said, why do people assume that's true? He said, because I can show you different forms of geometry in which the shortest distance between 2 points is a curve.
That's right.
See, so, you know, I mean, if you take a look at a globe, and if you're at the equator and you go directly north, and then you leave the north and you come back. Well, you know what? When people travel across the to Europe or other places, they take what they call the Great Circle route. Why are they taking the Great Circle route? See, the whole point here is that you don't want to allow yourself to ever question anything. I'm very glad, Doctor, that you started talking about this question of the presidency of the United States. And they're talking about the whole idea of the actual formulations, because there were multiple formulations. And if you look at right now, look at the number of anniversaries that have converged. We are at the 250th of the writing and proclamation of the Declaration of Independence. We are at the 25th anniversary, let's also note, of 9/11. Rather important thing to think about, since that whole story has never been told. Then I mentioned this question of 30 years ago, Minister Farrakhan and Lyndon LaRouche were together on that same platform that day. It was a very interesting day. Many things were said, very important in nature, and I would invite people to look up that speech from the final call. An executive intelligence review also covered our things. But now I want to summarize, because I want to go over my time. I think I have about 3 minutes left.
Oh, Dennis.
So I want to say something about
Dennis, you actually have additional time, because I covered some of what I was going to say after you. I already covered it. So why don't you relax for another 10 minutes or so?
All right. So let me take this and talk about the time we are in now. As I understand it, Ayatollah Khamenei's funeral is now unfolding as we speak. And there are millions of people that are assembling for that. And there are more nations present in Iran that have been there for decades. I also understand that 13 nations didn't show up because they got threatened by the United States, that they not come to that funeral, you can call it, but it's really a celebration. And I just know there are 5 of them from Africa. There's 3 of them from the Eastern Europe. Names aren't being released right now, I think people are somewhat embarrassed. Also, you saw Iran refused to accept, let's say, the ambassador from the nation. They wanted to have an official delegation come from these respective nations, and if they were too cowardly to send, Iran just said, "Hey, it's all right. We find out who's who." But what's important to say is that is unfolding right now. I want to say something about that particular matter, because when the assassination was done of the supreme leader of the nation of Iran, many of us, and just so people who do not know, the LaRouche organizations, there are several different sections of it, and I work in part of what's called the intelligence section of it. And so we were having a meeting about this, and I informed people that as of that assassination, that the war was lost. And some people were asking me what that was, and I said, well, because what has now happened, and this is not something that you can cause the Trump administration or others like him to understand. They will not understand this in most of Western Europe, for example, or Central Europe. They may understand it in China. They may understand it in a few other countries. But what has now happened is that you have placed this whole conflict on a spiritual level. You have decided to grant the supreme leader of Iran a condition which in that faith one seeks as a badge of honor. Now, you don't seek it in the sense that I'm trying to get myself killed. No. But if it be the case that in order to preserve the spiritual content of one's identity, and not only that, the identity of faith, because this is a leader of the Shia Muslim persuasion. If that's what I have to do, I am honored to do that. And once you have done that, now the conflict has been formally moved, officially moved onto a spiritual plane. Now, the conflicts are always on a spiritual plane, but this created a circumstance where whatever else the United States and Israel would do, they had undone permanently what they would do in the future. Now I want to just not take a lot of time on this, but talk about an idea, which is the idea of temporal eternity. You can see the time that you were in. You can think about it this way. If you've ever seen like old pictures of yourself, Doc and I look at this all the time. We have all kinds of, stuff from what we did in 1986, which is actually the first time I met him. And he's the whole thing. He's got the Dope Busters, and you have, I'm doing things for Bevel when Bevel ran for vice president, I should say, in 1992. And you look at that and you say, well, that's who I was then. I'm somebody different now. Is that true? I mean, is that really the case? Well, things are different now than they were before. Which means they'll be different again tomorrow, right? And different again later. Well, wait a minute. Then what is continuous? If we leave this illusion, if you will, of time, not meaning that time is not real, but that time is a projection of something much more fundamental, much more substantial. It's a projection of eternity into the now. But it would be also possible, if you think about it, to invert that idea and to see eternity as a continuous present or a continuous presence. Now, if this is the realm from which we begin, so that we think about the notion of government as being the invocation of the eternal presence in the now, then matters of justice matters of so-called equality are governed by a law, which is an eternal law.
That's right.
Now, different people express this in different ways, but I'm going to give you just one example of this, which comes from St. Augustine. And I quote him. Of course, he's African. And of course, he is the patron saint, if you will, of the present Pope. The Pope studied in the Augustinian order. When Augustine was converted, this is back in the year 386 AD, so that's basically 440 years ago. He wrote a series of dialogues. And in one of them, he talks about what he calls the greatness of the soul. And he's trying to get past the idea of magnitude, because he knows when you say great, people think great and small, lesser and greater. He's trying to get them off that. And he says, well, all right, think about it this way. Suppose you had a circle. There's a circle, and you have the line drawn through the middle of the circle. Some people call that the diameter. All right. So now you have the circle, you have the diameter going through the circle. Now, any other line that you draw, which is not going through that center, is less than the longest line, which is the so-called diameter. Right? Sometimes called the Durchmesser in German, that means the through measure, the line that goes all the way through. So any other section that you make will be less than the section which cuts it in half. Okay, he points this out. He said, well, but if I'm on that circle circumference, I can start that line from any point along that thing. I got to go through the center. So if I'm at the northern part, or the eastern part, or the southern part, or the western part of that circle, and I start out and I make this line, I've just got to make sure I go through the center.
That's right.
That is easy way to do that, by the way, which is just the folding. If you fold a physical circle like a coffee filter, and you fold that, and you make sure you're folding it so that they will be equal, you'll find that will give you your diameter. Now, why do I go through this? He says this. Augustine says this. Now, if I know that long line, the diameter, that's always going to be the longest one, and all the other lines, any other division I make is short. It means I can make an infinite number of divisions, but they will never be equal to the diameter. It'll never happen. All right. This is an idea in my mind of something in the universe, which thing is actually independent of my mind in the sense that I didn't create it. I formulated something, but every other mind can understand that. He says this. Now, if that's contained in my mind, and that idea is always going to be that way, it's eternally going to be true, that the longest line is called a diameter, and it goes through the center of the circle. Ask yourself this question. If I pour a liquid into a glass or any other container, then that container is obviously surrounding that liquid. So the container is bigger, has a greater volume than the liquid that it contains. If I have an idea that I know never changes, always true.
Okay,
Be true, right? Then the mind that contains it is bigger than that. And he says, and therefore, it cannot be killed. It cannot be killed. Common eye could not be killed. Oh, you did what you did to the body at that moment. And you pursued that strategy in that way. And you believe that you have these powers, but somehow you lost that war. You don't know how you lost that war. But I and other people knew the day you killed that man, you lost that war. And so I would just like to summarize here by saying to all of you that in those dialogues, that dialogue of that day, 30 years ago, That was a very deliberative dialogue, and there was all kinds of sparks flying, okay? It wasn't even opposition. It's just we put together people who were never together in a room. You know, the Baruch people are there, and all the Farrakhan people are there. And, you know, it was hot. It was great because that deliberative dialogue process moves things forward.
That's right.
And therefore, that moment in the present is always a changing moment, moving forward, a revolutionary moment. So the only government that we can talk about credibly is a government which is revolutionary, changing. It operates on laws, on principles, not on forms. You got to have forms, of course, but the forms are not the government. So the thing down there in Washington right now that says it is presiding, I am the president. What are you presiding over? What are you containing? What container? You're not containing any eternal truths. So we are not going to disrespect the form, but we do not acknowledge the form as the government. We must pursue that government. And if we pursue that government with greater and greater imperfection, then we find ourselves at one with the principles of the universe. And atonement at one-ment becomes our natural condition for moving ourselves, the government, the nation, humanity forward. And so I think that's what today we want to call to mind. And I thank you for listening. And I thank you, Doctor, for asking me to speak.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Teach, brother, teach. Yes.
Wow.
Well, I certainly appreciate your words. And I want to ask you a question. Now, we are a little bit ahead of schedule, believe it or not. We're ahead of schedule. So we have about 8 minutes. I wonder if you would entertain some questions, if there are any.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'll start out. I mean, it seems to me that you're implying that we're at a revolutionary moment right now.
I think yes. Yes, I would say without you look at what's happening in New York, right? And the people are all upset. And I say, well, wait a minute. Now, do you really think that these people are all voted, like just read the Communist Manifesto and now they turned themselves into socialists and they went in and voted for these people? I mean, what are you talking about? It's not a socialist thing. Because then you get Tucker Carlson. He said, I can't stay in the Republican Party. I mean, this thing, I thought it was America first. I'm finding out it's Israel first. What is that? I'm out. Marjorie Taylor Greene. I mean, we know that what that is. That's Becky. Becky said, I'm out too. So if Becky is out and Tucker Carlson is out, and the people in New York are saying, I'm a socialist, I'm out. Well, we've seen that before, Doc. We saw that back in the 1960s. We saw that a series of things that went on back then. And yes, so it's a moment, but it's a moment in which, see, ideology is not going to make it. Principles will make it. Dialogue will make it. Change will make it. And I think, yes, we are in that moment. And I think people should recognize that doesn't mean that everything is pleasant. But it is a moment in which those who, if you will, decide to ride the ship of change will go a lot farther than those who try to ride the ship of state.
Okay. Do we have any other questions or comments for our brother? Brother Doshan, you see anyone?
Currently, I don't see anyone in the hands of Dr. Lee. But what I would like to ask, if I may.
Of course.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have Brother Chief. I'm sorry. We have our brother. We have Brother Chief Illegal. Come on, Chief.
Praises be to Allah. To the brother who just spoke, brother, I'm very inspired by you. Have another hand too after me, brother Rams, who has his hand up. I'm very inspired, brother. And you remind me of Dr. Alim. I got a text from Sister Amira. She said, Doc brought his boys on here. I laughed at it. I said that was funny. So yes, brother, we need your scholarship. You know, the old saying, old man for counsel, young man for war. We don't need you selling final calls, but we need you directing us because you forgot more than most know. You know, they don't know that though, but it's good to have you over here, brother. And I did have a question about the spirit when they killed what is his name?
It's over Khamenei.
Yes, over in Iran. You said that the war already ended when they did that. Can you break that down to a layman?
Yeah, here's what I mean. See, all of their calculations are going along the lines of what is called geopolitics. But here's what the problem is. Back in 2022, on February 4th, a document got issued between China and Russia. And what they were saying in that document, you take a look at it, it's like 5,000 words. It's an interesting document. Because what they were announcing, which nobody noticed except one reporter named Patrick Lawrence in New York, who works for Consortium News, he noticed it. They were saying, listen, we see that these people in Europe are about to try to walk over us like they walked over people all over the world. We're not going to do that because between these two countries, China now has the most productive economy in the world, and Russia had the most advanced weapons in the world. So what they did was they said, now, here's what we do it. We are going to make a move. And we are going to make a move not on behalf of just us, but all those countries people call the BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, that whole association. They knew that they were about to change the currency, change the banking system, change the various forms of trade and relations. They were about to do that. And they said, and see, when we do that, these people are going to war with us. So let us have a memorandum of understanding that we announce to the world. We're not going with that. Now, Iran is their ally. What do I mean? Iran has been in this whole thing. You have to look at a map and then look at China and Russia. And what they've been doing is building pipelines, railways, waterways, and they're building them in two directions. They're doing north and south, and I can go into details on this right now, and also east-west. Now, Iran gives you access to what? Persian Gulf. Gives you access to that whole area of the world, which people keep calling the Middle East. That's the British term. That's Middle East the what? What are you talking about, Middle East? No, it's Southwest Asia. Here's one thing people don't know. Check this out. Kept very quiet. The Chinese bought or had moved to buy the port of Haifa in Israel back in 2018, 2019. Israel made the deal with the Chinese. Made the deal. Mike Pompeo, who was then head of CIA, showed up on their doorstep and said, oh, no, you don't. You're not doing that. That's not happening. We got somebody in India. We got a guy in India. We'll have him come, get you out of this, bail you out. He'll buy it. You don't set that up with them. The Chinese talk to Saudi Arabia and they talk to Iran. And they say, maybe you guys should bury the hatchet. What happens is then they make an announcement like that. So what begins to happen is all of these moves start to be made. And in Iran, what people are thinking is, well, we're not Russia, we're not China, we are us. We have a religious point of view, we have a political point of view too, we have a secular point of view. We will take our actions, we will we will be involved. Sure, if there's a dialogue, there's a process. But we're going to do it our way. And so here's what now happens. Now a negotiation process happens where they approach the United States. They're trying to say, listen, we don't need to be in all this. I mean, we don't need nuclear weapon, but you know, Israel got like how many? How many nuclear weapons? And you're talking about instability in this area of the world. None of us got this, and they got that, and they're saying you want us all dead? Doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe we ought to like reorganize all this. So I'm giving you all these things in order to set up what I'm about to say. What happens is the Israelis, who are a force, which is a satanic force. Matter of fact, it's pre-satanic to be exact. These guys come from the old Chaldean pagan worshippers. Baal, we're talking about Moloch, okay, Dagon. Look up those guys. That's what you're dealing with when you're dealing with the Israelis. Notice what I said. I didn't say Jews. Because you know, of course, from the Hasidim, the Orthodox Jews say, Israel, that's not even right. It shouldn't be any Israel. Messiah has not come back. We do not recognize this thing. This thing is an abomination to us that are the followers of the Torah. Right? Yeah. So the whole thing is a pre-satanic formation in that sense. Now, I'm not talking about whether or not everybody in Israel is. That's not what I meant. I'm talking about the form. Like I said about forms of government. So it's not legitimate. The Zionist state as such is an apartheid formation. It says it's apartheid. It's the way that they do it, right? And now people have begun to catch up with this.
Well, Dennis, we are out of time now.
Okay, fine. So let me just go to the thing, right?
Nah, don't let that man cook, Doc. Let that man cook.
Okay,
I can wait.
let me just do a thing on this, okay? So now what happens is all of the people of principle, even people that didn't know they had principles and suddenly found them, like Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens and these other people, they didn't know anything and find out, they said, listen, we're going to push this thing, okay? And the poor girl Candace, she said, okay, I get it. Yeah, you guys are Zionists, right? Well, but I don't know anything about this. I got to talk to some people. She talks to Norman Finkelstein. Finkelstein comes on and says, yeah, I'm Jewish. Yeah, my grandparents died in the Holocaust. Yeah, that's true. And I'm going to tell you about Israel. Israel should not be existing. He goes through the whole thing. Norman Finkelstein runs it down. Kansas changes. And so what I'm trying to say is that what began to happen is that people were elevated. People began to be elevated into a place that they didn't know they were in, including the political commentators. So at that point, that the war then jumped off in the way it did with the assassinations, all right, which is clearly not right. You're assassinating heads and you're promoting it. You're publicizing it. You're celebrating it. You get Trump getting up talking about who he can. So what happens is now the order is out. So the spiritual issue was that Khamenei said, now remember this now. Now he's a man was in his 80s and all this. He says, well, maybe this is something I need to do. And it was clear that he had sent that message out to people, including in his family now. He wasn't saying he wanted to die, but he was making it clear that he had a role as a spiritual leader in a spiritual war to advance it. How did he advance it? He said, well, these people are going to do what they're going to do. I'm not resigned to their injustice, but I am resigned to the idea of divine justice. Mm-hmm. That is what happened. So he submitted. He did Islam.
That's right.
And that brought that principle into action. So now today, millions of people are in the street in that country, which was supposed to be seeing a revolt among its citizens against that? Millions are out there as targets saying, I am Khamenei. Whether they be Shia or Sunni or atheists. They're all out there saying, I am Khamenei. Yeah, try to shoot us. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. And thank you for allowing the extension of the time.
Yes, well, actually, it's a little after 10. 10 o'clock was when we were beginning our first ministry presentation, which is the spiritual ministry. So you actually ended on a spiritual note, in a spiritual tone. And if you don't mind, you can stick around and participate in the spiritual ministry presentations. So Brother Dashan, do you want to take the reins now and conduct us into our first deliberative dialogue surrounding a particular ministry, in this case, the spiritual ministry?
I will stay on as long as I can, Doc. I do have something else, but just
okay.
To say.
All right.
Thank you for the invitation. I will probably try to stay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speed. Wonderful to see you again. We've met before. Is Brother Tony, I see Brother Tony's still with us. Brother Tony said that he would actually yield some of his time because of what Brother Dennis was saying, and I can understand. Brother Tony Muhammad right now, so far, for our spiritual ministry segment of the non-ministries portion of the National Online Congress, he's the only one who showed up. So we're going to hear from Brother Tony. Assalamu alaikum. Let's welcome him with a strong black hand, and also give Brother Dennis Speed a strong black hand.
All right.
The floor is yours.
All right.
Is he muted? I think he's Bluetoothing it. Okay. And that Bluetooth can be tricky sometimes. We all know that. Looks like he's free.
Yes, can I be heard?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Praise be to Allah. Yes, I'm in the spirit of Doc and yourself as well, Brother Farad. I extended more time to the, our dear brother, Mr. Speed, Dr. Speed. If he's not a doctor, he should be, because he so eloquently put that social political aspect of what's occurring right now in a prophetical tone. So that's why I wanted him to be heard and give him the opportunity to land his plane, because last night I was up all night dealing with some young people, and I was mentally exhausted, and our dear brother, Dr. Speed, kind of put some words in my mouth to say. So allow me to open up first in most holy name of Almighty God, Allah, the beneficent, the merciful, the one God to whom all praise is due, the Lord of the worlds. We thank him for all of the prophets that have come to us, all of our elders, those mentioned, those unknown, those unsung heroes that gave our lives for the onward march of the entire design of God's purpose for his people. So we like to thank those who came before us. Like to thank those who are with us present today. Of course, our big brother, Dr. Alim, our esteemed guest, Mr. Speed, and, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. Our heart goes out to him for the loss of his dear wife of 72 years. And we've been dealing with that and carrying that for the last several days. But having said that, and of course, those who will come behind me, we thank them for sharing with us the divine life and light that God has imbued them with. And, we hope it addresses some concerns that we have as a people. But having a discussion with these youths last night, one of the questions that one of the young brothers asked, with everything that's happening in the world, and Mr. Speed made me think of this to this morning. One of the brothers asked, has God given up on his people? And it was such a heartfelt comment, because our young people are witnessing the unraveling, as the minister calls it, of a great nation. But that great nation that many people thought he was referring to as the United States of America was the great nation that was actually the black backbone of America, and that was this lost found nation of black people who are the descendants of, the 17 million or more slaves that were brought here through the horror of the transatlantic slave trade. So when the young brother asked that question, has God given up on his people? It turned my mind to something that I found years ago in the a biblical text, the Bible, and it was words from the lamenting prophet Jeremiah, who was called the lamenting prophet because he always mourned the condition of his people and what looked like to be the disfavor of God. And so he went before God, and I think it's Jeremiah 15:18, and he went before God and he told God, he said, will you be to me altogether as a liar? And that harsh condemnation of God, which should have caused chastisement, which should have provoked God's anger, it did not. God did not respond to Jeremiah as he responded to Job out of the whirlwind. He did not respond to Jeremiah as he responded to the seed of Aaron when the descendants of Aaron took on the holy vestments of God and defiled the sacred temple of God. In this particular case, the Lord of the worlds told Jeremiah, he said, we have this old saying that it's maybe God didn't give up on you, maybe you gave up on God. So in the theme of this exchange, the Lord said to Jeremiah, he said, you have room in your assembly for strange practices and strange ways. You have room in your assembly for strange gods. You even have room in your assembly for the enemies of God, but you don't have no room in your assembly for me. So it's not that I've turned away from you. You just don't have no room for me. And Jeremiah, or ever the lamenting prophet, ever striving to seek a way to reconcile himself and his people with God, he went on his knees because he took a second look at the miserable condition of his people, and he saw how they had become complacent, how they had become calcitrant, how they had become apathetic and lackadaisical, and they had no concern for the things of God. They were such now that they were okay with even the enemies of God defiling him in his face. Wow. And the reason why God took umbrage with this is because he reminded him that even though I had a relationship with your fathers of yesterday, like I told Moses and Samuel, your fathers did not know me by name. By my holy name, I was not known to them. But to this people, I was known to them by my name. And they did not cherish that sacred relationship that they had with me, the rights and prerogative that I gave them to call on the very God. They became clever. They became conniving, and they said unto themselves, we don't need to mention our God by name because his name is an offense to our enemies. We don't need to mention our God by name. All we have to do is keep his ways. But God said, in my very name is the source of the power that you need to do the things that you're trying to do right now. Wow. And so when the prophet Jeremiah, in this exchange with God, and I just want to give just a brief theme of it, not to go through all of the biblical texts and scripture. In this theme, he saw what his people needed because he saw what had happened to the people. What had happened to the people was similar to what had happened to the ancient city of Troy when they went to war against Greece. When they went to war against Greeks, remember how in Homer's Odyssey, Greeks had a powerful army, but they came up against Troy's in unassailable walls. And when they came up against Troy's unassailable walls, for years they could not penetrate Troy. So they said, let us give them the semblance of a gift and depart. And when they gave them that semblance of a gift, which was the Trojan horse, the prince told his father, Adonias, at the time, he said, burn it, father. He said, I can't burn it because it appears to be a gift made by their hands to the gods. So they allowed it in to their gates. And within that Trojan horse was the most formidable assassins and mercenaries of the Greek army. And they set up in there. And when the night fell, they came up out of that Trojan horse and they proceeded with a campaign of slaughter against the guards who guarded the gates, and they raised the gates, and they allowed all of the enemies of Troy to come in, which were the Greeks, and they came in and proceeded with wholesale slaughter simply because these people received what they thought was a gift, and hence the saying that we have today, beware of Greeks bearing gifts, because when they received this Trojan horse, which now has become synonymous with anything that is designed to look like a gift, but has nefarious and malicious intents to come in unaware, like they talk about malware, to come in unaware, to get you to put your defenses down, and then it attacks that system with the intent of destroying it. So and I'm saying that only to say this part, because that is what Jeremiah understood. He said, becoming apathetic, we allowed all of these, what we thought were gifts that people were giving us. These things cause us to compromise the very name and covenant that we had with God. And they came in giving us these gifts, and these gifts corrupted us. These gifts destroyed the very system that we had, and that system was their system of belief. And that belief was that if I called on God by name, he would respond. Jeez. And so now, as I was talking to the younger brothers, that was my response. We have forgotten how special and valuable we are with God, because we are seeking friendship with the very enemies of God, whether they are people who look like us or whether they are the actual descendants of the slave master and his children. So what we need to do is first go back to the very basics, and as the Quran and Bible tell us, remember. Remember what? The remembrance of God, Allah, is the greatest force. Yes, sir. So when you have God's name on your lips and in your mind and in your heart, it's very difficult to go against his ways. Yes. But when you put something else in your heart, put something else in your mind, put something else in your mouth other than the name of God, then you will be willing to compromise for what you consider to be above that name. But I just want to end on this point to tell us and to remind us, family, that we have a name above all other names. We have the name of the true and living God, and we need to go back to that and remember that there is a reason why he gave us his name. He didn't give us the name of the God that came to Moses. He didn't give us the name of the one who came to Isa ibn Maryam. He never even gave us the name of the one who came to Prophet Muhammad ibn Abdullah. He gave us his name today, the one who sits on the throne, and we have the right and the obligation to call on him in all our affairs. So I will end asking our Lord and Savior, who appeared to us in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, to accept all of the things that we do, and in his infinite wisdom bring us together like he brought the scientists together who designed the mother plane, that holy Jerusalem. Even though they didn't know what they were working on, in his infinite wisdom, he still brought it together and made it the most majestic mechanical instrument that the world has ever seen. And so with that, family, thank you for listening. I salute everybody that spoke. I salute
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, we have about 10 minutes remaining in this spiritual segment. So do we have any other presenters here, or do you have questions for Brother Tony?
Sure. I mean, we have one hand, Ramzu, and then I'll go behind.
Okay. So we have 10 minutes. So be aware of the time.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam,
sir. I try to be as brief as possible, man. Brother Tony, you was dropping some revelation, my brother. All praises due.
Praise his people.
You know, I got kind of not a real question, something to present in relation to what we are doing. Thanks also to Dennis Speed. He seems to be a scientist and doctor to me as well. I know Dr. Alim was a doctor and a supreme scientist beyond what he learned in school. I ain't talking about that science. I'm talking about real science, spiritual science, beyond U.S. education. Dr. Alim also mentioned the other day that there's something, he didn't go into it, but he mentioned something special about July, especially July the 4th, around this period. This is the period of liberation and freedom and justice, around July the 4th. It's when the star of Sirius actually appears and gets near the sun, and so it begins or starts what they call the dog days of summer, the hottest days.
That's right.
And they falsely attributed it to that star being near the sun, but there's some other significance to that. So in the Quran, it speaks about Sirius around this time, and it also speaks on our condition in relation to what we are undergoing now. We're talking about the past, the present, and the future. Now, it's in chapter 53 of the Quran, actually, Najm, the star. First verse says, by the star when it sets. The star when it sets. And we don't ever think the star is really setting, but it says star when it sets. And the word for set is Hawa. Hawa means low desires. Low desires. Now, it's going to make sense in a minute. But this whole chapter ends with the fall of nations. It gives examples of nations falling. Why do nations fall? Why do the stars, those luminaries who are government officials and governments of these nations fall? Because stars are guides. Governments are guides. They fall, as it says, set because of desires. Now let's go back to the past. Look at our leadership of the past and the present, but the past. What happened to these great organizations? Always a low desire that brought it down. I'm from the nation, but I gotta admit, a low desire caused schisms in the nation of Islam. Well, Alim Muhammad had low desires. Look at what happened with people like Marcus Garvey, those organizations. Some of them, you can look at them and tell they had low desires because of their weight alone. But it was always these low desires. So, what, Dr. Alim, what year did the minister start resurrecting the nation? Was it 77?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's hard to say. Around 79, most people would say. Or 78.
Okay, Silas claims 77. And what I looked up on internet, everything. But anyway, that's 49 years, 50 years. On this same chapter, the star, and how stars fall, right after it starts talking about nations, it mentions, and he is the Lord of Sirius. Now, this is the 4th of July star. He is the Lord of Sirius. Sirius is not to start dealing with falling. Sirius is to start dealing with a rising of a nation. But this context is talking about nations falling. And it goes on to say how they fell. It was always leadership being involved. And like Brother Tony said, they didn't keep God in the midst. Aaron and Moses themselves didn't keep God in the midst. That's why they didn't get to see the promised land.
That's right.
So now we really want to build this nation. We got to, as Moses said, when he came back off the mountain, kill yourselves. We got to kill desires. All these low desires, we have egos that's within us. It keeps us from uniting and doing what's necessary. So I just wanted to say that and point out the scriptures talks about us falling. And it's always because of desire. So we got to keep God in the midst. The last thing it says in this chapter, after it gives examples of fallen nations, and it says the event draws nigh. The event is coming. The nation is going to fall. The event is coming. It says, wonder you then at this announcement? It's already announced that it's going to fall, that the leader's going to die. Are you wondering at that? And do you laugh and not weep? While you sport? This is something, while we sporting, everybody should be on this conference right now. Not sporting and playing. Somebody right now watching football or watching some sport or doing something that has nothing to do with survival of our people. which a nation is a requirement for us to survive. It says, so bow down in prostration before Allah and serve him. That's all I got to say. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Salam, sir.
Salam. Beautiful.
Okay. Well, we got about 6 more minutes on this segment. Then we're going to move towards the Ministry of Justice. So we have 6 more minutes.
I know the chief had something.
All right, let's hear from the chief then.
Praises be to Allah. I just love Ramsey. Ramsey, a good man. And he's about this war. But brother Dennis Speed, he put it in a nutshell when he said, if my people, you don't have to. If my people, Allah said, I don't need you. But if you do,
Come on, man.
if you don't, Allah says, if you don't, you don't. What are you going to do to me? The Alpha and Omega. I said, if you're the one in the sunken place, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves, fast, something that you don't even want to do, and unlock that rusty lock and let that God out. You don't want to let him out.
Come on.
And pray. Why do you put fasting before prayer? Because woe to the praying ones, it says in Surah 107, acts of kindness, who are unmindful of their prayers. Who not even mindful, who do good to be seen. Savior's Day. Yeah, here they come. Look at everybody. You do good to be seen and refrain from acts of kindness. And seek his face. Call on him while he is near. He said, these people worship me with their mouths, but their hearts are far from me. You can trick me. You can trick the men and the women on earth, but you can't trick the presence of God, who is closer to you than your jugular vein.
Wow.
Who comes in between the man and his heart.
Go ahead, man.
You try to trick him. He said, and then turn from your wicked ways. You don't have to turn. There's nothing that you need to operate on, because his prayer keeps one away from evil and indecencies, and certainly the remembrance of Allah is the greatest force. So if you pray, you're going to turn. You ain't got to do that. As much as your heart is beating while I'm talking to you, you don't know what beat you on. If you pray, I'll turn you from your wicked ways. He said fasting is prescribed for you because you were sick, as was prescribed for those before you. They were sick. That's why they sunk prior to 75 when the messenger left. Everybody was sick. But if you fast, he said, then I will humble you and take you out of that wretched position that you find yourselves in. He said, if you do these 4 things, fast, pray, seek my face, and turn from your wicked way, then I will hear from heaven. And the seat of consciousness in your mind. You call this your temple, but you don't see yourself as the temple of God. But
that part.
And come down, he said, and wipe away your sins. Put it in the sea of forgetfulness, and then heal your land of all this cancer, diabetes, high blood, uncontrollable eating, and all the foolishness. And I heal you if you do those 4 things. And I land on that. That's why I heard Dennis Speed put that out there, and I wanted to reiterate it. I want to double down on it, so that you don't forget that this is praying and fasting, the foundation to success.
That's right.
Come on, brother.
Okay. Okay. Well, we have a couple of minutes left in this segment before we move on to the justice segment. Any other questions or comments for 2 minutes?
Mama Ali got something to say. She the mama of praying and fasting. I'm sure she got something to say. First resurrection. You're muted, Mama. You're talking to yourself. You're muted. You gotta unmute yourself so the people can hear.
Unmute yourself, Mother Ali.
You're still muted.
Okay.
There you go.
Try it again, Mother Ali. You muted yourself again.
I can't come behind all you powerful speakers, but I enjoyed everything. Thank you for all this, Dr. Lee. This is amazing. So I'm just happy to be here. I'm taking notes, and so I'm just happy to be here. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Ali, I'm gonna say this public since we got 60 seconds left. Back in 2020, she would come over with the Paximune, and I would be challenging her. And she would represent you when you wasn't around.
Oh, wow.
Listen, let me tell you something, Doc. I'm talking about her, and it was one other sister. Mm-hmm. And they was fighting me like a saber-toothed tiger. I said, did you marry Doc? I said, what is this? I'm Doc on live. Hey, Doc, on live. And then she come back the next week. We got Paximune over here. I said, didn't I tell you, sister? She said, I don't care what you told me. And this is the Paximune, and Doc said this, and Doc said that. I said, who is this Doc you talking about? And have me go over there and see what I know Doc.
All praises due to Allah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I was very fan because they was talking about Doc, and I said, why are you talking about Doc? Well, he's not the nation. He's the nation. He's the nation. He's not in the nation.
Hey, Doc, what do you hear? Now she giving you more, Doc. She's fighting hard over here.
Yeah, I see.
Yes, sir. I've been with you, Doc, for a long time, even when we was on the Halal. What was that, Halal?
Halal Wealth Builders with Brother Carlito. Yes. We might hear from Brother Carlito later today. I'm not sure.
Okay, yes, sir.
But Brother Doshan, why don't you usher us in onto our next session with the Ministry of Justice.
Definitely, of course, family, as is in the tradition of Black people, we practice for trillions of years several spiritual systems. One of them is the system of Ma'at, which, of course, Ma'at was the Kemetic extension of the supreme being that represented justice or reciprocity.
All right.
We're going to have with us our brother, another, not just an attorney. He's a Black revolutionary attorney. We're going to bring on Brother Attorney Warren Muhammad. Brother Warren is with us. Attorney Warren, if you're with us, there, brother.
Before he comes on, he's not just an attorney, he's a judge. This man is a judge.
Well, here's Dr. Alim, if I may, the reason why I was going to refer to him as Judge Warren Muhammad, but in the comment section, he asked us to refer to him as Attorney Warren F. Muhammad.
Okay. Okay.
Right. So I wanted to, as a moderator, people by their title. But just Attorney Muhammad, Dr. Alim did initially refer to you as, as a judge. Yeah. And I think you would, brother, just to let you know, I'm also honored, for those of you who are just now tuning in or just now joining us, I'm also honored, I've had the honor of working with and being mentored by another Black revolutionary attorney, Dr. Malik Zuma Shabazz. So we're going to hear from Attorney Warren Muhammad right now. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. I want to thank you all, especially Dr. Alim, for inviting me. And I did request a change. Not that I'm not a judge, but I'm not a current sitting judge. So I have been a judge in the past, and they say once a judge, always a judge. But I am currently a practicing attorney. So I just wanted to clear that up.
Okay.
But it is correct. I was a sitting judge, but I am still a practicing attorney. I sent in a PowerPoint. Are you able to show that, or do I need to share my screen and pull mine up?
I can pull it up, sorry. 1 second.
Okay, thank you. So this is a PowerPoint presentation that I prepared and delivered back in 2011 at Mouse 45. And when I saw the invitation, I went back through my database and realized that I had this presentation on justice So I'll just proceed through the slides and try to give each one just a cursory overview, and then I can make the entire slide available with all. There's a longer slide that slideshow that I have. I'll make available. But the title of it is "The Weapon of Justice." The weapon of justice. So next slide. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that justice is the principle of fairness one to the other. Next slide. Justice as fairness. That's a little hard to read, but I took the information on this slide from the work of John Rawls. John Rawls, I think it was in 1971, published a book called The Theory of Justice. And he was a philosopher and political scientist. And I found a lot that resonated with me in his book on the theory of justice. And he'll find that justice is based on fairness. And that in this concept, what we're going to do today is not talk about justice from implementation, but more or less the concept of justice and what it is and how it works. But in justice as fairness, John Rawls put forth that people would enter into a social contract with each other. And the basis of that social contract is equal liberty. And that equal liberty, which means each individual is entitled to as much liberty as they may possess equally. However, it can be restricted by law because one person's right to liberty cannot impinge on another person's right to liberty. So, for example, I saw a video on YouTube today, earlier this morning, about a guy driving down the street, squirting his water gun at people and soaking them with water out of his car. Now, he may say he has a right to do that because he's free and independent and has the liberty to do that. However, in the act of doing that, he impinges or imposes on other people's right to privacy and not to be assaulted or being made wet by some joker who wants to shoot them with a water gun. So that's just a small example of how one person's right can be limited by the rights of others. So it has to be based on fairness. Okay, next slide. So the justice as fairness contains two important principles. The first is that it requires equality in the assignment of basic rights and duties. So one person isn't entitled to more rights and correlative duties based on birth or skin color, or whatever the case may be. There has to be equality in the assignment of basic rights. And the second holds that social and economic inequalities, for example, inequalities of wealth and authority, are just only if they result in compensating benefits to everyone, and in particular for the least advantaged members in society. Now, I think this is a revolutionary concept, particularly in a country such as the United States. And I'll only comment on the U.S. because this is where I live. But we see vast examples of inequalities of wealth, for example. We have oligarchies that control the government because of the billionaire class. So the question has to be asked, are they entitled to those irregularities or inequalities of wealth based on the justness of resulting compensation or compensating benefits for everyone? So if a person accumulates such vast wealth, he has a duty and an obligation to provide compensatory benefits for the mass or for the whole, and in particular for the least advantaged members in society. Otherwise, it violates the principles of justice as fairness. Next slide. Again, Rawls' non-ideal theory. This, again, from John Rawls. He stipulates that non-ideal theory must include theories of punishment and compensatory justice. as well as a justification for the forms of opposition to unjust regimes, from civil disobedience and conscious refusal to militant resistance, rebellion, and revolution. So we see two things here. One is punishment and compensatory justice. So a theory of justice has to provide some measure of punishment or to punish those who violate the principles of justice in the protection of society. And it also has to have compensatory judgment. A good example of that is in a lawsuit, a person is injured, let's say in a car wreck. Well, it's not enough for the negligent driver to apologize and say, I'm sorry, I'm guilty. He has to provide compensation to rectify the damage and the injury to the injured party. So that's an example of compensatory judgment. So on a whole or wide scale, the theory of justice has to provide for punishment for the violation of justice that harms society, and also provide compensatory justice. And that's part of the cry for things like reparations. That's a form of compensatory justice, as well as opposition to unjust regimes. So the victims of injustice, those who live under unjust regimes, have a duty and an obligation to oppose those regimes in the manner that they see fit. Next slide. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, our teacher, taught us that justice lies down with you when you lie down at night, and justice rises up when you wake up in the morning. So this indicates to us that the principle of justice is something that is internal to each individual. It's internal to each of us. So it lies down with us and it wakes up with us because it is and should be a part of us. Next slide. And this is a scripture. I had a number of other scriptures, but I tried to limit the scriptural references for the sake of brevity. But in Psalm 106.3, it says, "Blessed are they who maintain justice, who do constantly what is right." And there's a verse from the Holy Quran that I didn't have in it, but I was reading it this morning. It says, "Be just, that is closest to righteousness." Next slide. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that justice is the law that distinguishes between right and wrong. So here again, we see justice being framed as a law that governs society, that serves to distinguish between right and wrong. And a violation of that law, if it's a just law, should also be a violation of right and wrong. Next slide. The restrictive laws, just a little hard for me to read, but as you all, most of us know, that in the Nation of Islam, there are what we call the restrictive laws. We're taught that the restrictive law is our salvation at any point in time. So the restrictive laws are a set of ordinances and laws that we are duty bound to live our lives by, similar to the Ten Commandments. Those are restrictive laws. Worship no God beside me. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal. Those are restrictive laws that provide for a safe and harmonious life in the community. And when those restrictive laws are violated, then the rules of law to provide both punishment and compensation can come into place. So the important thing is that restrictive laws are not a burden on us. They are a benefit to us because the restrictive law is our salvation.
That's right.
Next slide. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, "Justice is the weapon God will use to bring judgment upon the world, the purpose and consummation of his coming." So here we see the introduction of the concept of justice as a weapon and a tool that would bring justice upon the world, which is the purpose of the coming of Allah, the personal master Farah Muhammad, and his raising the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. So next slide. Justice as a weapon. Next slide. So we see here the weapons of justice, and we're taught in Message to the Black Man and the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad that Allah will use the forces of nature as weapons to punish the wicked, such as rain, hail, snow, and earthquake. And we see all of these at work throughout the world increasingly that bring justice. And many times, even the innocent are punished because an earthquake can harm both the innocent and the guilty. But it imposes burdens on the society and on the government, especially the unrighteous governments, in having to deal with these catastrophes. So we seek Allah's protection from these weapons of justice and hope that they strike the guilty and spare us of that. Next slide. Justice is the eventual working out of the will of God as indicated in the fundamental principles of truth. Now we see justice as God's will that is based on the fundamental principles of truth. And I think Brother Speed earlier was talking about certain things being everlasting or immutable. And truth is one of those. So we're taught that the universe itself was founded on truth. So truth is the underlying principle of the concept of justice.
All right.
Next slide. Here's another Bible verse I'll try to read. It said, I myself will tend my sheep and have them lie down, declares the sovereign Lord. I will search for the lost and bring back the strays. I will bind up the injured and strengthen the weak. But the sleek and the strong I will destroy. I will shepherd the flock with justice. Next slide. So this slide, woe to America, the murderer and deceiver of the people. The God of justice and truth has pronounced a judgment against thee, and by no means will thou escape. This is something that the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught. Is something that the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan in Resurrecting the Nation has continued to teach, is that America is number one on God's list for judgment because of her treatment to us here in America and the violence and injustice that is perpetrated throughout the world. Next slide. The Christ. We're taught that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that Christ means crushing, and that this Christ figure, or this Christ concept, will come at the end of time to crush the wicked. Next slide. The minister. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan has, it was mentioned earlier that he started the resurrection or the rebuilding of the nation around 1979. And here we are in 2026. And this has been a cardinal principle of the minister's message, is bringing America face to face and bringing the world face to face with the principles of justice, and that the time of judgment is at hand. Next slide. This is Romans 13:4, says, for he is the minister of God for the good, to do the good. But if thou do that which is evil, be afraid of he, for he beareth not the sword in vain, for he is the minister of God, a revenger to execute wrath to him that doeth evil. So again, this principle of justice as a judgment that will rectify the wrongdoing in the world and bring the wicked to account.
Brother, give us one more minute and then we'll move on.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next slide. Skip that one. Go to the next. This is where I want to end. Justice is a man. And when we talk about justice as a man, we're speaking of Allah and the person of Master Farad Muhammad, the long-awaited Messiah of the Christians and Mahdi of the Muslims. We're talking about the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, who his messenger is Christ. We're talking about the honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, who has continued their work. But more importantly, we're also talking about us as individuals, because we're told that justice goes to sleep with us and wakes up with us. So each of us as individuals, men and women, must be the standard bearer of justice in ourselves and in our lives. And I will close with that. Thank you again for listening. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Sir.
Very wonderful, very wonderful. Thank you very much. I see that we have another attorney,
Yes.
Attorney Shonda Jones.
Yes.
So maybe she wants to have something to say as well. I'm not sure. But before she comes on, if she comes on, I wanted to point out something, brother, that as the chairman of the Commission for the Restructuring and Reorganization of the Nation of Islam, we did a national survey in 2002 of the Nation of Islam. And we were trying to identify what were the problem areas in the nation that needed attention and needed correction. And what we found out was that out of all of the complaints or problems that plagued the nation, the number one complaint by far was injustice. And so that became the focus of a lot of the work of the commission. And what we proposed ultimately was that there needed to be a revision of the provisional constitution of the Nation of Islam to include a judicial branch, an independent judicial branch to oversee the disputes or the controversies that may arise among us. Because the way it is now, it's hard to conceive that anybody feels that they get justice because we don't have the structure of justice, you know. So I just wanted to point that out. And I don't know, is Sister Shonda, I don't see her anymore. Is she still on?
She's on Spotlight. Sandra, you have to come out of your avatar and unmute yourself. Attorney Shonda Jones. She was out a second ago. We did see her.
Yeah, she along like Malik Zulu Shabazz. She's a graduate of Howard Law School.
Okay.
So
awesome.
But anyhow,
Houston, may I respond, Dr. Alim?
Please, yes.
I agree with you wholeheartedly in some of the work that there's a number of attorneys here in Houston, and at one point in time we were trying to look at the establishment of the rudiments of a judicial branch here in Houston, but it's sorely needed. I just thought 10 minutes wouldn't do justice.
No, it's not justice.
To the whole structure of building a judiciary, but that is, I think that's the work in front of us.
Yes. Yeah. So that constitutional convention was never held. So what I was reading from or was looking at is this book of Acts that contains proposed amendments to the Constitution. But that constitutional convention still needs to be held. And those are not the only amendments to the Constitution. There's a whole bunch of others that fill up this book, so that all of the 9 ministries would be represented constitutionally, and so then have legal standing and authority among us.
Hey Doc, can you explain to the people? It's a lot of people listening. Where that book came from? Like this didn't come out of a magic wand. Can you tell them how it came about?
Well, yes. it came about as a part of the deliberative dialogue process of the Commission for the Restructuring and Reorganization of the Nation of Islam. I don't know why my screen just went dark. So over 7 years, we worked through the workbook, as I showed you earlier, and through many, many sessions of deliberative dialogue that we convened over a 7-year period of time, involving pretty much all of the laborers in the Nation of Islam. Certainly all of the laborers in Chicago were involved in it. And so through a process of deliberative dialogue, session after session after session, we hammered these things out. And we came out with the understanding that not only do we need a judicial branch that is separate from the executive branch being represented by the 9 ministries, but we also need a legislative branch so that the believers actually have their voices heard in some representative fashion. So if we had a legislative council that passed legislation among us, if we had an independent judiciary, and if we had an active executive, you see, those are all the components of a real government. And so the ultimate aim of the commission was to put a government on the shoulders of Minister Farrakhan in 2007. So we still have a few minutes before 11 o'clock, and our next session is going to be Health and Human Services, wouldn't you know it? So did I lose the connection? Brother Doshan, are you there? Can you hear me? Are we having a technical problem? I can't hear anybody. What? Why is it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My hometown, Illtown. Sir.
Okay, I lost sound for quite a while there. I don't know what happened, but
We can hear you, Dr. Lee. Can you hear us?
yes, now I can. I couldn't hear you for about 2 or 3 minutes. So.
Okay, Dr. Lee, I wanted to just let you know we have a question from Brother Lavelle. He's had his hand up for a while.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Greetings, Chief. Are y'all able to hear me good?
Yes, go ahead.
I kind of wanted to piggyback off Attorney Warren Muhammad. And he stayed right into what I want to talk about is reparations. I want to know, why haven't we had the proper representation? We know that before the departure of Johnny Cochran, he had put together a high-powered team to go after reparations for the stint the slaves were in America. And I want to know why that hasn't really been the real driving force. Why I think we need more Black attorneys to actually focus on that. And I think one of our biggest things that we have to, why have we adopted the language that we need to use? Because we already know that they say we can't do anything based off of race. I think the nation has the foundation to actually push this. And Dr. Alim Muhammad is exactly right. We need an executive branch. We need somebody that represents us directly as a people. I don't think a lot of people understand that the Jewish community has a whole commission that goes out every year to find out what money that belongs directly to the descendants of the Holocaust. Why don't we have a commission like that already in place? That's why I don't understand. We are the foundation. We're literally, it's 45 to 49 foundational Black Americans here in the wilderness of North America. And that's not even accounting the 3 to 5 million Caribbeans, the 2 to 3 million Africans. But I think us as a people here, we've been too focused on trying to unionize everybody, and when we should be focusing directly on the descendants of slaves here in America, because we've made the most headway with all this stuff, man. I think we have the people that are already registered to vote. But why have we even focused? Why have we focused on actually electing people who want to serve us? I think the Congressional Black Caucus has been compromised and it's become useless to us. We need our own version of the Congressional Black Caucus in Congress right now. I believe that they were actually agents that were put in place in 1971 to actually keep Black people from going to Washington. If you ask me personally, I think we have the godfathers, like you, Dr. Alim Muhammad. You are in Washington, D.C. right now with Dr. Claude Anderson, who we call the godfather of fighting for reparations for foundational Black Americans, freedmen here in the wilderness of North America. I think our only focus, that's the only thing we should be focusing on right now is getting that check. We know that reparations is not just the check, but it's most definitely the most important thing.
Okay, come in for a landing. We're actually at 11 o'clock. We need to move on.
Awesome. Well, Dr. Lee, you sounded like it was.
I think I'm glad to my plane. That's all I just wanted to zero on about the reparations.
I just, Dr. Lee, I wanted to add something to what Brother Lavelle was saying. I forgot to mention, I'm glad he actually brought this up. Last weekend, I had attended and covered the 37th convention of NCOBRA here in D.C., the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations, Blacks for Reparations in America. But go ahead, I'll let.
Go ahead, Doc.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say something more. So we're up on 11 o'clock, a little after 11 where I am. And so that brings us to the third segment of our program, highlighting the Ministry of Health and Human Services. And although we asked for others to make presentations in this area, it looks like you're stuck with me. And so what I have elected to do is I referred to the need for a constitutional revision. Well, that also applied to the Ministry of Health and Human Services, not just the need for a judicial branch, but we also need a fully developed Ministry of Health and Human Services. And so what I'm going to do, maybe for the next 10 minutes or so, I'm going to actually read, number one, the mission statement of the Ministry of Health and Human Services, the mission statement. So the Ministry of Health and Human Services is responsible for the health and well-being of the members of the Nation of Islam, registered and non-registered alike, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, as individuals, as families, and as communities. Health is health is defined as that state of being of the individual and his family and community that is the fulfillment of the ultimate perfection that is the intention of the Creator. So that's the mission statement of the Ministry of Health and Human Services, that accepts the responsibility to care for the health of all members of the Nation of Islam, both registered and non-registered, meaning that in health, there is no discrimination between, who deserves health care and who doesn't deserve health care. Health care is all about the preservation of life. And we have already been bestowed upon us the gift of life. And so the Ministry of Health and Human Services is duty bound to do all that it can to protect life in a universal sense, in no discriminatory way. All are welcome and all are in need of this service. Health is defined as the ultimate state of a person that has reached the intended perfection of the Creator. When God had you in mind, what was his perfected idea or ultimate version of you? You can't claim that you're healthy until you have reached that state of ultimate perfection as intended by the God who created you. We can say the same for our family structure. Health is not just about individuals. Individuals emerge from families. Individuals are part of families. So how can I, as an individual, claim to be healthy if someone in my family is sick?
Good
Or
question.
a further extension, how could I claim that I'm healthy and members of my community are sick?
Good question. Good question.
This brings into play the fundamental foundation on which healthcare and health delivery services are based, which is compassion. Compassion. We say in the name of Allah, the beneficent, the merciful. We also say in the name of Allah, the compassionate. But what is compassion? Compassion is the highest form of love. It's the highest form of love in which one is open to the suffering of others. It's not pity. It's not sorrow. It's not sympathy. Oh, I'm so sorry that you're sick. That's not compassion. Oh, you have my greatest sympathy in your moment of trial. That's not compassion. Compassion is a state of consciousness. It's not even an emotion. It's a state of consciousness.
Teach on that, Doc. Yes, sir.
That allows me to understand and open myself up to your suffering. Your suffering is my suffering. Your pain is my pain. Your disability is my disability. It's not yours, it's mine, it's ours. So in 1986, the minister gave us the study guide, Self-Improvement, the Basis of Community Development. So my question after so many years is, where's the community development? I see evidence of self-improvement. I see evidence of that. People have bettered themselves, have elevated their status, have educated themselves, have done many things to improve themselves and their status. But where's the community development? The community development does not occur because if we just say self-improvement is the basis of community development, well, what is the basis of self-improvement?
Good question.
If the basis of my self-improvement was only to improve myself, to selfishly make progress without regard to others, well, there's no community development coming from that self-improvement. I might have a higher salary, I might live in a better house, but I haven't developed a community. But if in pursuit of self-improvement, I understand that my self-improvement has to be based upon the needs of all of our people, then I'm moved by compassion. I can't stand it that you're sick. I can't stand it that you are suffering from injustice. I can't stand it that you're homeless. I can't stand it that you're in poverty. I can't stand it that you're ignorant. I'm suffering because of what is wrong with you. So out of my compassion drives me towards self-improvement. I gotta find the answer to why you're sick. I gotta find the answer to your injustice. I gotta find the answer to your homeless problem. I gotta find an answer to your problem of nutrition or education or whatever it might be in whatever area of life. That's why we need all 9 ministries.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because I feel your pain. And I can't stand it. So we gotta do this. So that's how compassion, when compassion is the basis of self-improvement, then that leads to community development. Because my self-improvement was all about you in the first place. It wasn't about me. It was all about you. I'm doing this for you. I went to medical school, not for me. I went to medical school for you. So when it's like that, you see, then we have community development. So now let me read further, because these are program initiatives that belong to the Ministry of Health and Human Services. So the first program initiative is called a virtual hospital. A virtual hospital. Does that sound familiar? Here, we wrote this book September 2004. We were calling for a virtual hospital in 2004. Many of you have heard me talking about a website called dralim.com. I'm trying to fulfill what was written here. Since other people didn't do it.
Yes, sir.
Well, I got to do it then. If nobody else wants to do it, I got to do it.
You got to do it, Doc.
And so a virtual hospital to establish and operate an interactive website that will be, to the extent possible, offer health-related education, services, and products over the internet in an attempt to maximize the impact of limited resources on the health status of our people. Okay. What's the second program initiative under the Health and Human Services Ministry? Medical services, to promote the provision of whatever medical services are available at the level of the local mosque. The level and kind of service will be dependent on the qualification of the personnel available and may consist of educational as well as direct patient care or referral according to professional standards. In other words, this is just a call to say every local mosque or church or organization that we're talking about, you need to organize the health professionals that are in your group or in your mosque or in your church. And depending on, who they are and how many they are, will determine the level of services that they can provide. They can't provide services beyond their qualification, but they should provide services within their realm of qualification. So one of the things that I have a question about, do you know that the Nation of Islam has, the last I checked, over 1,500 gold star Dianetics auditors that would do a great deal of good to remedy the emotional disturbances that our people experience? We have over 1,500 gold star auditors. So this would be a call to those auditors. Organize yourself and start delivering services to your people. The Nation of Islam has more gold star auditors than the Church of Scientology itself. But what are we doing with that auditing technology that we could remedy the emotional concerns that plague our people? See, that's what this is a call for. Program initiative number 3, Healthy, Wealthy, and Wise program to recruit and train 10,000 angels that will make available vital services to the public through existing business opportunities, thereby improving the general well-being of our people while simultaneously increasing income and, I'll take my glasses off so I can read. Increasing incomes and contributions to the health and human services. So in other words, this is calling for medical volunteers. You know, basically medical do-gooders, people who would fan out in the community and help wherever help is needed. They would identify where problems are, where people are in distress, people are in need, and they would just be, there'll be angels. There'll be angels on the spot. Hey, we can help. It would be almost like the volunteer ministers that you have in the Church of Scientology. Wherever there's a natural disaster or something like that, hey, they're on the scene. They're showing up with some help. That's what I'm talking about. See, love is help is love made visible. So when we say we love our people, we can only show that for real by the help that we administer. Here's the fourth program initiative under the Ministry of Health and Human Services: health seminars, to establish a speakers bureau and develop other health education materials to promote greater awareness of health and health-related issues, making full use of online capabilities, to sponsor conferences and seminars and publish materials, to elevate the level of knowledge that people have about health, about their own bodies, about their own physiology, anatomy, all of the things that are vital, to teach people how to take care of themselves, self-care, first aid, even how to deliver your own babies. Program initiative number 5, setting up mobile teams to establish on a regional basis, health and human services teams that would be deployed on a scheduled basis to all mosques within a region for the purpose of providing health services, such as physical examinations, counseling, screenings, education, and referrals. In this way, some level of health care could touch each member of the Nation of Islam on a regular basis. See, it's like what they did in China after the revolution, under Mao Zedong. They didn't have a lot of doctors. So they put together what they call barefoot doctors. Well, barefoot doctors weren't really medical doctors, but they were people who were trained in first aid. And just simple things, and they deployed them out into the countryside in China to take care of the needs of the people, at least on a minimal level. It wasn't top notch, but it wasn't zero. It was something. So in our Nation of Islam, we may not have a full complement of medical professionals, at every mosque, but we do have people. They could do something, and so that's what this is all about. And then finally, program initiative number 6 was the Cuba Medical Scholarship Program. The Cuban Medical Scholarship Program. Do you know that Fidel Castro, before he passed away, he offered 500 medical school scholarships to Black Americans?
Yes, sir.
Now, I've been to Cuba many times, and I would vouch, as a matter of fact, at the time when I was touring the what they call the Latin American School of Medicine in Cuba, as I was touring that medical school, you know what the thought came to me? I said, I wish I had been to that medical school instead of the one that I went to. I went to Case Western Reserve Medical School in Cleveland, one of the best schools in the world. But after I had visited the medical school in Cuba, hey, I wish I had been there instead of where I did go. And so there were 500 scholarships. And do you know, I don't know what the current status of it is, but you do know we couldn't actually find 500 qualified Black students to accept these scholarships. Every year we may have a handful, 5 or 6, and we never did exhaust the 500. Do you understand what that would mean if we had 500 revolutionary doctors trained in Cuba, deployed in our community? Do you know what change that would bring about in the health status of our people? But we couldn't even find 500 people to take the scholarships. Free ride to medical school. Think about that. So we did have some graduates, and some of them have come back, and they are making a contribution to their community. So I know maybe 4 or 5 of them that I know of, but there were 500 that were possible. So I think our end there. That's my presentation for the Ministry of Health and Human Services. I was just reading the mission statement as was written. It can be revised and improved. I was just reading the program initiatives that needed to be put in effect. The only one that I can do by myself without any help from anybody else is I'm trying to set up the virtual hospital with my website, dralim.com. It's almost done, but hey, that was a proposed idea in 2004. So see how far behind we are? So I'll bring my remarks to a close. We still have about 10 or 11 minutes in this segment before we move on to education. So let's open up the floor for questions or comments on health and human services.
Dr. Alim, I have a question there, brother.
Yes, sir.
Regarding holistic medicine and natural, we have naturopathic doctors. I've always wanted to know, what are your views concerning people that have an MD as opposed to people who have MDs? Because I'm noticing more and more every day, and I'm not at all trying to be derogatory when I say this. Just about every other week or every week, I'm always meeting someone with the title of MD at the end of their names. Oftentimes us. What are your thoughts concerning naturopathic doctors?
Well, when I was in college and I was thinking about becoming a doctor, I was being told repeatedly by many people that the Nation of Islam didn't need doctors, that Muslims didn't get sick. So I wrote the Honorable Elijah Muhammad a letter to ask him for his advice, whether I should go to medical school or not. He wrote me back and said, "Dear brother," and that blew me away to be called brother by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. "Dear brother, we need everything in the building of a nation. You know what you are qualified to do. May Allah bless you with success. Signed, Elijah Muhammad, Messenger of Allah." Well, I would give that as advice to anybody. We need everything in the building of a nation. We need everybody in the building of a nation. Yeah, we need medical doctors. We need PhDs. We need NDs. We need JDs. We need all kinds of doctors. What kind of doctor don't we need? So yes, we have to be open to all modalities. One of the problems in the medical profession or the medical paradigm is it's too specialized. It's too specialized. It needs to be more general. It needs to be more open. See, a little more than 100 years ago, John D. Rockefeller took charge of not only the education in America, but he took charge of healthcare.
Yes, sir. Teach on it.
Of course, John D. Rockefeller got rich through Standard Oil. So basically, he set up something that was called the, what was the commission called? I forget the commission's name. But they surveyed all of the health care providers in the country. And as a result of that, they outlawed everything except allopathic Western medicine. All the herbalists were put out of business. Anybody that was doing something that was contrary to what was considered to be allopathic, scientific Western medicine, they were driven out of business. All of the medical schools that trained herbologists and natural healers of different types, all of them were shut down. It was about 100 years ago. And basically the shift in medicine was to convince doctors in the community that drugs manufactured from petroleum. Remember, John D. Rockefeller was a snake oil salesman before he got rich. So after he got rich with Standard Oil, he wanted to use oil and petroleum to manufacture medicines to give to people. And that's why everybody's so sick today, because you're taking John D. Rockefeller's snake oil petroleum medicine that they call pharmaceuticals. And your doctor doesn't know any better because they shut down any contrary or alternative medical system 100 years ago. When I went to medical school in 4 years, we only had 1 hour lecture in nutrition. 1 hour out of 4 years.
Wow. My God.
And I asked the professor, how come we only get 1 hour? He said, young man, that's all we know. We don't know anything about nutrition. We don't know anything about natural healing methods. We don't believe in all of that stuff. And so in the development of our Ministry of Health and Human Services, you see, we recognize that one of the very natural, instinctual, even human characteristics is we all have an innate desire to help. Everybody wants to help. If I sneezed right now, somebody would say Gesundheit, and somebody would say, if you have a cold, hey, I know a herbal tea that you could take. Everybody wants to help everybody. That's a natural instinct, whether they're qualified or not. So in our Department of Ministry of Health and Human Services, hey, we welcome all healers of all types. And the only thing that matters is safety and results. If what you're doing is safe and it gets results, hey, have at it. You know, the more the merrier. And so we have to open up this whole healing thing, you know, once again, because it's been locked shut for the last 100 years, you know, by the Rockefellers.
Dr. Lee, we have a question from a Sister Antoinette. She's had her hand up for a while.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Dr. Alim, assalamu alaikum, sir.
Walaikum salam.
I'm enjoying this. I'm really enjoying this. What was it about the Cuban training? What was it? Because you're not the first person who was in the medical field I've heard say compliment the training that they had in Cuba. What was it about the training that just jumped out at you that made you think, man, I wish I had been trained here at this medical school? What was it about? That training?
It was the contrast between what I heard at Case Western Reserve from the dean of the medical school on the first day. On that first day lecture, he told us that this was a scientific medical school and we did not believe in any life force or anything of the like. Now, in Cuba, we were addressed by the dean of that medical school. And the first thing that he said that attracted my attention was that the mission of this medical school is to offer compassionate care to the people of Cuba. I don't think in my medical school at Case Western Reserve, I don't think I heard anybody in 4 years use the word compassion.
Teach on that.
There was no compassion. It was just cold-blooded science. Lab tests, x-rays, surgery. Very, very little, if any, human compassion. And so when I heard the dean of the medical school in Cuba say that the foundation of everything that we do and everything that we teach our students is based on the principle of compassion, I said, this is where I needed to be all the time. And then, of course, they do excellent work. Now, if you go to Cuba, and they did have a medical tourism program where if you needed to have your gallbladder out, hey, you could go to Cuba and get it done, you know, there, or whatever medical needs you had. They had a medical tourism program. I don't know if that's still active, given the blockade that Trump has against Cuba, starving the people down there. But in better days, if you went to a Cuban pharmacy, say you had a prescription, well, your prescription would be in two parts. There would be the pharmaceutical side, but then there would also be what they call the green side. So you go into the pharmacy, yeah, they'll give you the pharmaceutical drug if that's what you need, but also a part of your prescription is going to be some herb. The other thing in Cuba is they teach the population how to grow not only their own food, but how to grow their own medicine. So in the Cuban educational system, the school children, they grow their own lunch. Part of what they do as a part of their educational experience on a daily basis, they go work in the garden growing vegetables. And then those same vegetables are what they eat for lunch. And along with the vegetables that they grow, they also grow medicinal herbs. So if anybody gets sick in the school, hey, they go to the garden and pick what they need. So it's a completely holistic kind of a system. And so that put a vision in my head. That's exactly what we need to be doing, here. So yeah, that's why I would have gone to Cuba if I could have. I didn't know anything about it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Praise be to Allah.
So we're right on the 11:30 mark, which means we need to move to the next segment, which is education. And Brother Darshan, I think we have two presenters.
Yes, we do, Dr. Link. We have Sister Rhea with Melanin Link. She's out of Los Angeles, I believe. And we also have after her Brother John Muhammad from Baltimore. So Sister Rhea, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
It's Sister Rhea.
Sister Rhea, pardon me. Yes, ma'am.
And I'm out of Boston area.
Out of Boston. Okay, I'm sorry. She's in me.
Okay. It's okay.
Okay, Sister Rhea, the floor is yours. Thank you for joining us.
Salam alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Would like to just give thanks to be here today, awake, alive with you all together. I'm very grateful for this program happening, and it is touching my heart. So I thank you for the compassion, and I'm giving thanks to Allah for all of us to be safe, healthy, and continue to work. Today is my birthday, and that's another reason why I'm really glad to be here. And this is a great way to celebrate.
Happy birthday.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar. Bless. So I had some hurdles, but I developed a video I'd love to share. It's about 9 minutes long. It's really a call inviting people who may not know about the 9 ministries or Islam at all to participate. So I'm not sure if I can share my screen or if I need to. I sent the link to Dr. Alim. I sent the link to your email, and I also sent it to Chief. Salute to you. And so if there's a way to share that, that's what I would like to be able to do.
Do you know how to share your screen?
I do.
That might be the easiest way.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
We can see you.
Okay. Are you able to see my screen now?
No.
No, ma'am. No, not yet.
Let me try this again. Start share screen. Start broadcast. Okay. Okay, you're able to see my screen now?
Yes.
Great. So this is about 9 minutes long. It's got a few different ideas, and it's really about the inspiration that has led me to continue to follow along and participate with the prayer and your immunity project, and to look into possibilities with the 9 ministries and task force development.
Praise to Allah. I am Sister Rhea, and I'm presenting a call to action for survival. Action has always, is currently still, and absolutely will need to be an important aspect of life for the progress of our planet. in the future. We must look at and work on who we have been, who we are, and who we plan to be in order to overcome adverse challenges, persevere, and survive. Challenges and solutions. Action for survival in the past has worked. Action for survival today still means working together to build. Action for survival is our future, or else. Questions and answers. Here are some of mine. What are some of yours? This is an invitation to share our questions and answers and build working groups, task force that will take action and find solutions. How will our children survive? How will our planet survive? Are we still prisoners of war? When will we break free? This is your call to action for survival. We are the survivors. When will you stop being a victim? 1, we not victims. We are the survivors. 2, we still here in spite unrivals. 3, no more blame. Get ahead of the game. No time for shaming or just looking for fame. 4, we at war, killing cancer, death. Gunned down at the store, kids laid out to rest. Heads into school without bulletproof vests. Fight to survive, we just doing our best. Ward off the guns, lies, tasers, and sticks. Pedos fighting kids ages 1 up through 6. Don't play the victim, we just staying alive. Got nowhere to run, we got nowhere to hide. Hands tied to your side, riding high on the stack. Good people outnumbered in the front and the back. No vision, eyes gouged, senses under attack. Silenced all the lambs, shepherds shoved in a shack. Stop being victims, stop the prison of war. Rise from the cellar, break the locks, push the door. Stop being shackled in the house like a cave. Get out, you are trapped in the mind of a slave. Tell me, when will we have a clear vision? Tell me, what's in the way of our mission? Tell me, why do we not use our wisdom? Tell me, why don't we have our own systems? Where are our factories and our tools? How about hospitals and our own schools? What about water and food? Our divine laws, our governing rules. We need safety, health, respect, and protection. How about self-worth, self-care, and direction? We must learn to grow and stop the unrest because we are not victims. This isn't a test. Survive, be the fittest against all the odds. Wake up, do not sleep at the wheel, on the job. Just us, crying freedom, the last beat in my chest. We must survive and we must do our best.
Wow.
An answer, a solution. Our own table, building 9 ministries. What are the 9 ministries? While the ministry of spirituality already exists, the additional 9 are the next most important areas needed to build and maintain a safe, healthy, strong, productive nation. Do we need the 9 ministries? Don't you think we need our own systems of defense, economics, education, healthcare, farming, housing? How important is it? Do our safety, health, and peace depend on it? Do our lives depend on it? You can learn more about the 9 ministries and the Commission for the Restructuring of Reorganization of the Nation of Islam by visiting Dr. Alim Muhammad's YouTube channel. The ministries are 0, spiritual, 1, communication information, 2, health and human services, 3, education and training, 4, agriculture and food production, 5, science and technology, 6, trade and commerce, 7, defense, 8, justice, 9, arts and culture. Here are some proposals for the ministries of health and human services, education and training, and arts and culture. This is a sample mission statement for the Ministry of Health and Human Services. Our mission is to support the basic human rights and the individual and public health needs of our community. Our work is centered around providing exceptional research, professional training, and abundant life resources that are spiritually and culturally relevant to the overall safety, health, wellness, and sustainable programs and success of our nation and world. These are some of the proposed health projects. 5 health principles for survival. It's an interactive virtual learning project. Circle Up is an interactive virtual healing project. Free PT or physical training parks. How to Eat to Live, a virtual learning project. This is a sample mission statement for the Ministry of Education and Training. Our mission is to provide high quality, dynamic, and practical teaching and learning resources that are spiritually and culturally relevant for each of the ministries and task force working groups of the nation. Programs could include survival skills, homeschooling, parenting, entrepreneurship, and more. Proposed education projects include consulting, entrepreneurial learning, homeschooling, learning groups, and free STEAM parks. And this is a sample mission for the Ministry of Arts and Culture. Our mission is to provide high quality, creative, expressive, innovative, engaging, healing arts and cultural experiences. We offer access to resources that are spiritually and culturally relevant to each of the programs and initiatives of the task forces, working groups, and ministries of the nation. Programs would include community outreach, visual arts, creative writing, music, dance, and more. A proposed project is free park arts. We can help ourselves and help each other by serving in a task force working group. Do it now. To complete the ministry survey or task force questionnaire, contact Dr. Alim today. Send me an email at dralim@protonmail.com. DOCTORALIM@protonmail.com. Action changes things.
Okay, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. So the Holy Quran says Allah never changes the condition of a people until they change it themselves, which means you have to take action. So thank you so much, sister. That's very, very wonderful.
Beautiful.
Now we have another presenter. If he's available, is he on deck here? Is Brother John Muhammad from Baltimore? Is he on deck?
He is not, sir.
Okay, if he's not, well then, Sister Rhea, you can continue then. Or did I say your name right? Or Rhea?
Ray.
Yep. Rhea. Okay. So you still have the floor then.
Well, I guess if there are any questions, I can try to answer because it's a few ideas there, and they're open, and the idea is just an invite. Let's get to work, because there's so much work to do, and so many reasons why we need to do the work. So I'm just hoping that we can create the things that we need that we don't have right now. Like Dr. Alim has mentioned, just, a hospital, our own schools, our own, factories. We're everything we get is through someplace else. So I'd like for my children to have what they need when I'm gone. And for all of our children to be able to survive. So
That's right.
Beautiful. You have a hand up, Sister Antoinette, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Assalamu alaikum, Sister Rhea.
Wa alaikum salam.
I love that. I homeschooled a little while my eldest daughter, and then I also helped my eldest daughter with my 2 grandchildren. And we've noticed that, I don't know about the Boston area or anywhere else in this country, but I do know like they seem to have, it's like 70,000, the system here in Atlanta can service 70,000 students, and we're focusing mainly on those children from pre-K to 3rd grade. It has dropped down to 50,000, and we've been noticing more people are not registering their children in the public schools. So what we're doing here is we are basically piecing the education of my grandchildren together. I would just love to connect with you and find out what other resources, if you can put them in the chat even, as we continue to build and create a curriculum for my grandchildren as well. Is there anything that you can recommend off the top of your head that you would encourage me to look at?
I definitely can. I'm a curriculum writer. And so I develop curriculum and edit also working with other groups. So I could send you definitely information. But I encourage self-directed learning. It's actually something that I've spent a lot of research doing around the relationship between self-directed learning and leadership development, and self-directed learning and entrepreneurship. And so I really encourage self-directed learning, where students can find, they can learn about anything. They can learn the math, they can learn the academics based on something that they are interested in, whether it's Legos or trucks or, fashion or art or whatever it is that the child is interested in. And then also that families are learning together. As a teacher and as a mom, I learn while they're learning. I'm learning from what they're learning. So it's not just a one-way street. It's, it's circular. It's bouncing off of each other and it's leading into new things. So, it's not necessarily just a linear follow traditional way of learning for me. And I know that that's also important for some families to have that. So it can be dynamic. It can be different types of learning that's happening and different styles of learning. So that's what I would encourage.
Thank you so much.
I'll definitely send you some information. We can connect more.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Any more questions, family? Any more questions? We have a few more minutes left in this segment without our sister here. Oh, we have a question from someone identified as iPhone. Who is that with their hand up?
Sister Shirley.
Oh, salam alaikum, sister.
Wa alaikum salam. Sister Rhea, great presentation. I am concerned about our older children, and is there anything being developed to help them? I know that we used to have sharp classes in the school. where the young men could work on cars and you know, learn from technical training. Is there anything going on to help them because they're getting in an awful lot of trouble?
I agree. I think the trade, having trade skills is one of those self-directed learning experience, hands-on learning that's important. You know, you lose your interest in things, especially as teenagers and young adults. So, you know, practical skills that they can use and that they can start their own business with, or that they can make money from, even if it's a side business, or, you know, something they'll be able to keep for the rest of their life and build on it. So there are programs, there are different kinds of programs out there. I think, again, it's us creating the kinds of programs that we need, that are not existing, or that aren't affordable for us, is another concern. You know, what's free and available and easy is what our children are susceptible to. So countering that with giving them what's free, available, and easy, but in a good way, is really important.
I have a question, if you don't mind.
Of course.
I'm aware of the fact that in the early days of the Nation of Islam, even while Master Fawad Muhammad was still present in our midst, he realized that many of the people were illiterate and they could not actually understand what he was teaching or couldn't read it for themselves in the Bible or the Quran because they were illiterate. And so he set up reading classes in the temple to teach the people the basic ABCs so they could read and write and they could actually understand the teachings. So my question to you is, if we fast forward that concept today, I'm not what you call an illiterate person, obviously, but I am computer illiterate. And many people in my age group or even younger, we're computer illiterate. We don't actually know how to navigate in cyberspace. We don't know how to get the benefit out of this modern technology. We probably only get about 5% of the benefit that we could get because we just don't know our way around. So what would you think about setting up computer literacy classes for mostly adults? Because I guess the children, you know, the younger people, they get it, but we have to go back and get it. So what would you think about that concept, setting up a computer literacy class for the believers?
Definitely. I think we should do that. I also, you're reminding me, I used to work in some different high schools, and, you know, the students are being passed up through grades and cannot read at an elementary school level. And one of my jobs was to go in as a tutor and sit with smaller groups of kids and help get them up to speed for their grade level. And that's still true. You know, it's still happening. And so it's unfortunately, and then after COVID also, they've reported that it's even more of a setback in terms of literacy for many children.
Wow.
And teens. And my kids will tell you, they come in to help me a lot. When it comes to technology, they're so advanced, they can do all kinds of things, you know. And so I think it's definitely a great idea to, you know, just basic computer skills, and ways that you can use it for business development, ways that you can, you know, access all kinds of other research and information. So we need to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have one more hand up. Mother always had her hand up. Unmute Mother Ollie.
That's the same question I wanted to ask. What Dr. Alim had asked about her. Am I unmuted?
We can hear you.
Okay, yes. I wanted to ask her about setting up training classes. Because I just spoke with my granddaughter. I told her I need to take some computer class because I'm so illiterate with computers. And I said, I have that problem as well. So I was just, thinking, should I go to school and do it, or should we do something here? Where's the community?
In Louisiana, in Alabama.
Right.
We could do it, we could set up something and definitely have some computer literacy skills.
Yes.
Training and
Mm-hmm.
virtual online classes.
Right.
Yeah.
And, okay, yes. That was my concern too. I wanted to do that because I was going to try to enroll in school and try to get me some, because I'm tired of being illiterate with computers. It's not, because everything is computers, you need to know.
I have another question. Sister Rhea?
Yes.
Do you know why they took cursive out of the curriculum for our children?
I think it has to do with the computers. Honestly, because majority of, the work they do is with computers now. So handwriting, other things like even geography is not in the curriculum the way that it was. But that also takes away from those fine motor skills and the things that occur like with painting or drawing, in your brain. So the connection between your hand, eye, and what's happening in your brain is very important. And then it gets dulled with the computer. So, that's an important point that you're making, because we need to have those skills, and we're not using them. So when we don't use them, we lose them. I think it's from just everything becoming digital.
Thank you.
Good question. Mm-hmm. No, Dr. Lynn.
4 more minutes left before we go into our next panel. Oh, who's this brother here that's on the screen? Somebody slide. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry, Dr. Lee. I saw somebody who looked like a brother before us on a slide, a picture of a brother. Okay, if there are no more questions, I would like to just ask the sister, where can we find you, your information? If you would, I should say in the last remaining minutes of this segment of this panel, Melanin Link. Please tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, so Melanin Ink is the idea of our ink, that we are the substance. And melanin has a magical, as they would say, or energetic reference, that we carry, that it is magnetic and it is the substance in the universe. That life starts. You have to have melanin for life. So the ink is INK, like writing. And so this is business and educational consulting work that I do, curriculum writing, business development, arts and education. And you can reach me at Melanin Inc., MELANIN INK @gmail.com. And so that's one of the best ways. And then Melanin Inc. is on YouTube and Facebook also. So you can reach me mostly on email, melaninink@gmail.com.
Thank you very much. Let us give our sister another strong black hand.
All right.
Long black ball. Thank you, sis. Have a blessed birthday.
Thank you.
Yes, happy birthday.
I am having one. This is wonderful.
Happy birthday, Sister Rhea.
Happy
Happy
birthday.
birthday, Sister Rhea. Thanks for the
Thank you.
presentation.
It's so much. Beautiful. Could you
Happy
give me your
birthday, Sister
email?
Rhea.
Yeah.
Sister Rhea. Place it in the chat.
I'm going to put it in the chat. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Showed up and showed out, Sister Rhea.
Yes, she did.
Okay, well, listen, me coming, we always make clear that so I'm bouncing back. We have a microphone problem. Okay, we always make very clear to the world that the very people that you like to stomp on are the very ones that introduce education to the world. So this ministry is definitely vital to our survival as a Black nation, as a global Black nation. Currently, we have, as we move on, we were scheduled to have our science and technology panel, but the people we reached out to, they didn't confirm. So, Dr. Alim, how should we do this since we have a time allotted? We have 30 minutes allotted.
I'm on that panel.
Okay,
Brother Ramsey. Okay, go ahead, Brother Ramsey.
Wait,
Yes, so please tell us where you are
please.
for people that may not. I know who you are, Brother Ramsey.
Okay,
I'm not in Egypt. I'm in America now.
Okay, wait, please.
Okay,
Wait.
I didn't know. Okay, I didn't know that you had left the root of civilization. Okay, so you're back here. All right. So, brother, please tell people who you are.
Wait, please.
Your introduction. The floor is yours.
All right, I'm just a nobody trying to tell everybody that we are somebody, being ultimately Allah, and we can change everything for everybody if we just be ourselves. So I'm a nobody, but collectively, I'm somebody along with you all through unity. We're going to talk about, and I begin with, in the name of Allah. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Yes, sir.
In the name of Allah, the beneficent, the merciful, and the short prayer, we seek that refuge from anxiety and from grief, and we seek that refuge from lack of strength and laziness, and we seek that refuge from cowardice and niggardliness, and we seek that refuge from being overpowered by debt and the oppression of men. Oh Allah, suffice us for what is lawful in order to turn from us that which is prohibited, and with thy grace make us free from want of what is besides thee. That's a powerful prayer because we need those things to move forward. Those things have kept us from becoming the nation that we have, I guess you call it, theoretically put down on paper and act out in certain ways. But it's a prayer not just for ourselves in the nation, but it's an answer to the prayer of the people that are oppressed. They need a nation. So I appreciate Dr. Alim for having the mental capacity to move beyond rumination and try to bloom a nation. Rumination and talking about it, that's one thing. Blooming that nation, that's another thing. I would, in fact, I'll just throw dirt on top of a seed and just disregard that seed. If I planted it 90-something years ago and have no fruit from it, that means something else has to be planted. So now we are planting something else, and it got to get fruit, or we're going to throw it away as well. And we need 9 ministries. We need a government for real. Our people need a government for real. If we had a government, there would not have been a Sandra Bland, would not have been a George Floyd, would not have been any of these deaths or incarcerations that we suffer from. So let's please, brothers and sisters, let's take this serious. As Dr. or Judge or Attorney Warren said, justice is a man. Brother Warren, you're about to say that again later on. Justice is a man. What does that mean? That means justice ultimately comes from us. It's not going to come out of the sky. Matter of fact, there's laws written on it. So the whole United Nations resolution saying we have duties and responsibilities. Individuals have duties and individuals to give ourselves some justice. And being in the nation, we know that the only way we can receive justice is to have a nation and treat ourselves with some justice. The UN is not going to give us justice. Nothing else is going to give us justice. Justice is a man. It's you and it's me. We're talking about technology here. I'm gonna a disclaimer now. What I'm saying is legal, especially if you listen to the whole context. Don't just leave if I mention certain things that might scare you. There is technology existing that gives us power that we already have it, but I'm going to explain that in a minute. Right now, we was talking about Brother Speed was talking about Iran. They want to claim that Iran is trying to make nuclear weapons, so they are a threat, because if they get nuclear weapons, then it's probably definitely over for the oppression that's going on in the Middle East. Nuclear weapons now. Is it possible for me to share the screen?
Yes, sir. You can share the screen.
Bear with me, everyone. I don't want to sound too technology. We got to deal with some real technology if we want to win. I think I'm sharing the screen now. I don't know how to move this thing. Okay. Can y'all see the screen?
Yes.
Yes, sir. We can.
All right. First, I'm going to say this. Dr. Alim shared some technology the other day. The technology I'm talking about ultimately is nuclear power. It's a different kind of nuclear power. I came back from Egypt, Brother Deshaun. That's why I'm over here, because I got some nuclear power. Now, don't come arrest me right now. I know they're listening. The enemy is. I'm talking about something different. I'm not talking about enriched uranium. In 2003, the United States government released a document because of the Freedom of Information Act. Many of you have heard of this. It's called the Gateway Process. Analysis and assessment of the Gateway Process. The Gateway Process was the United States intelligence delving into the realms of consciousness, neuroscience, to effect what may call the unified field, the quantum field, etc. This document was released because they had to release it. It was Freedom of Information. So it's one of the documents that they released. And it was a intelligence officer writing to his commander. If you look at your screen, it's on CIA.gov reading room website. He was talking about them delving into deep consciousness to affect reality. Because our reality is based on, some say it's a holographic reality. In quantum physics, there's a unified field, quantum field, that can be accessed by those who possess a certain brain power or conditioning of their brain. So military officers were actually taking this training. It's consciousness training. It was given into meditation, etc. And look, last sentence. This study is certainly not designed to be the last word on the subject, but I hope that the validity of its basic structure and of the fundamental concepts upon which it is based will make it a useful guide for other USA INSCOM personnel, United States Army Intelligence personnel, who are required to take the Gateway training or work with the Gateway material. Required. Now, this is U.S. intelligence required. This is military intelligence. We are the fruit of Islam, the military training given to men that belong to Islam in North America. Well, our enemy is delving in this kind of military training. That's why the fruit doesn't need weapons, because we got the weapon. Bear with me. Y'all still see the screen? Who's this mad scientist right here?
Yes, sir. We can see it.
Look at this technology. Learn from the pioneer who invested $30 million to unlock your brain. Listen now. While others theorized about consciousness, Dr. Hart invested $30 million of research and development into decoding how your brain creates reality. This isn't a wellness trend or meditation app. It's 4 decades of rigorous science designed to unlock human potential. Now listen, and this is not just for people matter of fact, this is not for the average person in the first place. The average person, look at what he charged. 7 days working on your mind, $22,000. 2-person package, $42,000. How many in here can spend $22,000 just for 7 days? If you can I borrow $1? Listen, So this is a mad scientist here, but it's not just crazy people engaged in this. It's not a Looney Tune like me that would spend my $22,000 in it. You see me with this EEG headband on now because I'm training myself. But the training is a month bill, and I don't charge $22,000. Matter of fact, it's free because it's part of the teachings, but I'm going to show that in a minute. Look at the screen. This is from his same website his company is called BioCybernaut. Now, any name like that lets you know something serious going on there if you got a name BioCybernaut. It says, this is a paper from his website, The Ultimate Peak Performers, Alpha Feedback Training for U.S. Army Green Berets. Green Berets. So now the U.S. Army is going to this mad scientist, getting trained in ways of tapping into the consciousness through their mind. First thing he made them do, he said, all 24 soldiers went on a month-long meditation retreat. First of all, that's what they first had to do. Month-long meditation retreat. I'm going to this, and I'm going to close. We're going to open up this floor. Now, here's his book he wrote, The Art of Smart Thinking. I'm going to read this paragraph right here. If there are strong patterns of theta brain waves in the EEG record at any point in training, including immediately after the Alpha 1 training, then it is easier to go into the deeper states that characterize the theta brainwave training. In theta, you gain access to the Akashic records and all the knowledge that is stored there. And you can also make deeper changes in your personality and behavior patterns. Now, if you haven't heard of Akashic records, that's some, I think, like Indian type teaching, but it's knowledge that's out there. In Islam, they may call it the mother of the book. When Prophet Muhammad went and fasted for a month or 40 days and tapped into his theta brain waves, he tapped into the Akashic records and the Quran started being revealed to him. Now, here's a scientist that deals not with mad scientists, the theoretical science, pseudoscience. It's a scientist that actually trains the U.S. military. Theta brain, bear with me. Here's another man, John Samuel Hagelin, if I'm pronouncing that right. I'm going to read his credentials first. In 1981, Hagelin graduated with a PhD in physics from Harvard University and then did several months of postdoctoral research at CERN. He went on to do postdoctoral work at SLAC. Y'all know what CERN is, don't you? I hope y'all know CERN. There's a lot of conspiracy theories going on about CERN. It's the European Organization for Nuclear Research. So let me go here. In 1994, he became a professor of physics at MIU and later became the university's president. Hagelin postulates that his extended version of unified theory is identified with Maharishi Mahesh Yogi's unified field of consciousness. That's what Doc shared with us the other day. Let me skip down a little bit. He has published over 70 papers about particle physics, electroweak unification, grand unification, supersymmetry, cosmology, most of them in academic scientific journals, and co-authored a 1985 paper in Physics Letter B that became one of the 103 most cited articles in the physical sciences in 1983 and 1984. A 1984 paper by Hagelin and John Ellis in Nuclear Physics B, Supersymmetric Relics from the Big Bang, had been cited over 500 times by 2007. Wow, look at this man working on nuclear reactors, splitting atoms, etc., etc. What is he doing now? Well, they introduced him. It says he is an American physicist and leader of the Transcendental Meditation Movement of the United States. Now, here's a man that goes from physics, splitting atoms, dealing with nuclear reactors, etc., teaching others on how to develop it. He goes from that to sitting on a mat, meditating. Or did he discover something that we don't know? I say that he discovered that the real nuclear power lies within the people. Mm. And of course, the people that most in position and physical condition, even epigenetic position to have real nuclear power is those who suffered slavery, the black man and woman of America. Scientific, that's just not a script. We the chosen one, all that. Scientifically, through epigenetics, they've proven that we have a better brain than all others because of the trauma that we suffer. It's not better, but it's neutral, but it has hatch trigger mechanisms that can take us super one way or super the other way. But we're talking as in the Nation of Islam about going super the other way. Bear with me. There's a man that used to live, it was in the world, some say he's still in the world, that told us that our unity is better than an atomic bomb. Do you all know that man?
Yes.
Y'all know him?
Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you mean my unity is greater than an atomic bomb if I unite with a bunch of people, have a conference, take a picture? Is that unity? Was that what we're talking about? Is that greater than an atomic bomb? Taking a picture, having a unified conference?
No, sir.
No, sir. Okay. I hope y'all can see the screen for this picture here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
More than 4,000 advanced meditation experts gathered in Washington, D.C. I can't move this thing. In Washington, D.C. to demonstrate the scientific effect of the peace movement, which they was dealing with consciousness through meditation, transcendental meditation, except whatever but their method was transcendental meditation to get them to that state of brain waves to affect reality. 4,000. Now, this scientist took them there. He led this physicist right here, a physicist. Okay, so he knows some science. He's not a crazy 9th grade education person like me, because y'all can just say, look, Ramsey, you ain't go past the 9th grade. You don't know what you're talking about. So I'm bringing you some qualified people. Man, I'll show you in a minute how I'm more qualified than him, actually, but that's another story. Now, what do we have in Islam that may give us this power? Give us this unity so that we can follow what the messenger says. And like this man took 4,000 people to Washington, D.C., we're going to take the Muslim program to Congress. Even 300 of us deep with enough power, we can affect reality. Say, look, this is our program. We want a land of our own on this continent or elsewhere. You got to provide for us 20 to 25 years. It's not a request. It's a command because I have a nuclear weapon with me. I have the unity of black people. I have the ability to affect reality. Matter of fact, you can't resist this request because I control your brain. And this is what these scientists are talking about. If we unite like the prayer and fasting group, we pray and fast and synchronize ourselves. This is not a game. Sorry if I might be amped up a little bit. I'm compassionate like Doc said. What moves everybody on this call is compassion.
Go ahead.
We ain't getting nothing for this. We're getting a satisfaction about having a nation that solves the ills of our people. That's the only thing that can solve it. So I want us as people, look, there's a paper I'm sharing. It's from the Journal of Alternative and Complementary Medicine. Now, it measured Muslim prayer and the electroencephalography and its relationship with autonomic nervous system. This is what they're trying to do. They're trying to get to a certain wavelength. They measure it with doing feedback through an EEG. That's what I got on my head right now. It's a EEG headband. Now here's these scientists talking about Islam. It's actually better than all forms of meditation because it affects all bands of the brain. And me, myself, I can prove that. I can send you all a graph of my brain waves. That's why I know we are better than them. I'm not over here for no reason. I could have stayed in Egypt just relaxing. And they think I'm crazy over there too. I done built the pyramid. I live inside a pyramid in Egypt. But I know what they know not. And it's not for them to know. It's for me and you to know and for us to practice because we are the chosen ones to implement a new nation. So in closing, let's take this serious, brothers and sisters. Let's engage in our practice. Let's go back. Let's not keep wandering and traveling like Moses. Let's turn back, go back to the rock and start this thing like we should have been done. Let's start this nation. Let's start this 9 ministries and let's move forward to freedom, justice, and equality. Love you all. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
I don't know how to stop shit. Oh, there it is.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful.
Well, Brother Doshan.
Doc, you muted. Unmute yourself.
I'm muted. What's wrong with my screen here?
might be having another connection problem. We can see them, but quite a few people have had that problem on here. I've noticed.
I don't know. This screen is not working like it was before.
Oh, can't hear you, Doc. We can see you, but can't hear you.
I don't know what to do.
We'll get it together. We'll get it together. Can anyone else hear you?
Disasters.
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
I hear you.
Okay,
How much time do we have on this?
This panel, this is gonna run, let's see, this is gonna be until 12:30. Then we're gonna go to arts and culture.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Doc.
Okay. Very excellent presentation, Brother Ramzu.
Thank you, Doc.
Now, I had wanted to do something before you spoke, but it doesn't matter. I wanted to read the mission statement of the Ministry of Science and Technology.
Yes, sir.
And so I'll do that now. Now, by the way, I actually know Dr. Hoagland.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
I don't think I was in that picture with those 4,000 people, but I participated in the experiment that was being done at that time when Washington, D.C. was the murder capital of America.
Mm-hmm.
And so we got together. I've been practicing transcendental meditation for about 35 or 40 years.
Wow.
So the square root of 1% of the population in that transcendental state is able to affect reality. And we actually brought the crime rate down, the murder rate down in Washington, D.C., just through the process of meditation. So in Islam, that ability is kind of summarized in the kun fayakun statement.
Teach, Doc, teach. Yes, sir.
Kun fayakun. Be and it is. It is only for Allah to say be and it is. Well, when we understand our Godship, that's the same with us.
Teach.
We just imagine a thing, we just see a thing, and we speak it into existence.
Teach.
What's going on right now with this National Deliberative Dialogue Conference?
Come on.
How did that come about?
Teach.
We just spoke it into existence. We just said, let it be.
But Doc, it's one thing you do transcendental. I already knew you did. It was on something else because of the way you act, how progressive you are, and that's one thing transcendental meditation does. Which I myself, I just make Salat, and Salat does some of the same. They're about the same actually, and in those meditations, Salat, it actually activates more the prefrontal cortex part of your brain, or it synchronizes the hemisphere in general, and it gets you past those hang-ups of just ruminating, talking about stuff, and it forces you to be progressive.
Yeah.
So that meditation and stuff you engaged in, maybe your diet as well, that forces you to be progressive.
Yeah.
And that's why we're here.
Yes, because it forces your consciousness into the future.
Teach.
You see, you can't meditate on the past.
Teach.
Because that's where all the conflicts are. See, that's where all the tension is.
Yes, sir.
That's where all the strain, where all the pain, the suffering, it's all in the past. So when you get into a proper state of meditation, it doesn't even leave you in the present moment. It transports you into the future. And what is that except the definition of progress? You're seeing something that does not right now exist.
Teach.
Except exists within you, as Brother Dennis Speed was talking about, the eternity of the present moment, or the simultaneity of eternity.
Mm-hmm.
You see? So when you're in that state where you experience the simultaneity of eternity, then you can be anywhere that you want to be, past, present, or future.
Teach.
Now, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said concerning his teacher, Master Farad Muhammad, that Master Farad Muhammad had been able to memorize the entire history of the Nation of Islam going back 250,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, that's like memorizing 250,000 years of a Holy Quran. The one we have right now is just, just covering the last 6,000 years. So now here's a man that memorized the history of the nation going back 250,000 years. But we know the history of the nation goes back much further than that, even into the trillions of years.
Teach.
So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that Master Fawad Muhammad could put himself into a trance-like state. And then in that trance-like state, he was able to access what he called the dream history.
Yeah, there it is.
The dream history. I take it as the same thing as the Akashic Record.
Akashic Records, yes, sir.
That everything that ever happened or ever will happen is all written down. That's what the Quran says.
Yeah, it does.
Well, written down where? Written down how?
Teach.
Well, it forms the fabric of reality of all that is. And so when we are able to detach ourselves from those things that distract our attention, then we can access, all of that information.
There it is.
And it's endless. It's infinite. So let me read the mission statement for the Ministry of Science and Technology, keeping in mind that we were taught that Islam is mathematics, and mathematics is the supreme scientist or science. And so among our ranks, we should have all kinds of mathematicians, scientists, engineers, technicians. So that's what the Ministry of Science and Technology is all about, to promote that. The mission of the Ministry of Science and Technology is the continuous development of technological resources of the Nation of Islam. Technology is the application of scientific knowledge in the solution of human problems, and is the source of the power and dominion of man over the forces of nature for the purpose of evolving civilization and supporting the needs of people.
Read that last sentence, please, again, Doc.
It's a long sentence. Technology is the application of scientific knowledge to the solution of human problems, and is the source of power and dominion of man over the forces of nature for the purpose of evolving civilization and supporting the needs of people. See, the Quran says, see you not that Allah has made subservient to you whatever is in the heavens and whatever is in the earth?
Yes, sir.
The Ministry of Science and Technology will emphasize information technologies initially to improve the overall efficiency of function at all levels of the Nation of Islam through the use of encrypted email, use of websites to deliver structural multimedia content, including webcasts to the entire world. It will develop standard IT protocols and operating procedures and encourage technological training and education. The information technology build out will create the necessary infrastructure for the Nation of Islam to function as a global virtual community in all areas, extending its real-time presence all around the world. So program initiative number 1, a network operating center to install state-of-the-art network operating platforms utilizing 10 I1 lines, and will support interactive and webcasting and audio video conferencing to enable e-commerce for online revenue generation. That's program initiative number 1. Program initiative number 2, webcasting / audio / video conferencing to install two-way communication channels for the NOI utilizing the multicast backbone from Mas Mariam ST002 can coexist with ST001 or stand alone. Program initiative number 3, web services development to coordinate web page design and data collection needs for all ministries and task forces. Services to include secure website and email, secure file flash data transfer, secure database, secure chat rooms and bulletin boards to configure software and systems as needed. Program initiative number 4, network infrastructure development to create virtual private network and build and configure the novel network as the basis of the open network environment. Now, some of those are technical terms that I don't understand myself. I didn't write this. This was written by computer engineers. And what they're talking about is setting up an infrastructure of information technologies that would actually include a satellite. See, the Nation of Islam needs its own satellite or constellation of satellites so that we can claim some of this cyberspace that we can call our own. Right now, even we're doing right now, we're being hosted by Zoom. We're being hosted by Facebook. We're being hosted by Meta and Microsoft and all of these. Well, we need our own hosting systems, our own networks. And so that's what this was all about, to put a satellite up and have that as a ground connected to an infrastructure that allows us to have secure communications among ourselves. So that actually brought us up to the 12:30 hour. So we need to move on to our next ministry. Do you have any closing words, brother Ramzu, before we move on?
No, but great job, Doc. Great job to everyone. Like you said, before we move on, but let's move on, actually.
Let's move on. That's right.
And make this thing happen. We need it. The power is within us. Just nothing outside of Allah. We need nothing outside of Allah. And that we know where Allah is. It's within us. So let's go ahead and move forward with what we're doing here and establish this thing. We're giving birth to a nation today. Not even tomorrow.
That's right. Today. Absolutely. Remember what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, that the sum total of the teachings of Master Farad Muhammad to him is called astronomy.
Teach, Doc.
So we're at that point where we're going to go to arts and culture. So, Brother Doshan, what do we look like for arts and culture? Oh, there's Brother Henri.
Brother Henri just joined us.
The master musician himself, Brother Henri Muhammad. Violinist extraordinaire.
Let me tell you something. I've listened to this brother's, his violin some time, brother, quite some time, and as they, he'll put you to sleep in a good way. So let's hear from my brother. Yes, sir. As we engage in this arts and culture panel, please let us more people your throat. You can be your presentation.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
I'm honored to be here on this special day, July 4th, the announcement, the presence of Master W. Farad Muhammad. I have my violin because I thought it would be fitting to start off with a short piece to play for you, and
sure.
It came to my heart last night to bring forward just a little bit of Earth, Wind, and Fire that made of the world. So I'm gonna get a little bit of that before I go into something that I'd love to share today. So here's some Earth, Wind, and Fire. That's the way of the world.
All right.
All right.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much, and I want to thank Dr. Alim and the entire team here for inviting me to be a part of this special effort and really divine mission. This day, of course, July 4th, I don't think, and none of us would be here were it not for Master W. Fard Muhammad coming and announcing himself. And in line with the topic, when he came, not only did he bring divine revelation, but that divine revelation brings an entire new culture that surrounds it. And so, everything from the diet that we eat to the clothes that we wear, to even extending into what I do, which is the music and the art that we produce, it comes from the presence of having God in person with us. And so just to share a little bit about myself, my name is Henri Star Muhammad, and I've been a student of these teachings since the time I was 16 years of age. And so growing up in the teachings, but also growing up as a violinist, I rarely encountered other Black people in classical music coming up. And it was a lonely place, but it was lonely up until the point when I saw for the first time in my life, I saw another Black man performing the violin in an exceptional virtuosic way. And that was when the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan performed the Mendelssohn Violin Concerto in 1993. That changed my whole outlook in terms of being a violinist. And since that time, I've been blessed and honored to not only see him perform, but have him as a violin coach, as an instructor. I've been to his studio, to his home studio, really countless times. And so to be able to have that synergy, I'm going to use the word synergy, of the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad from Master W. Fard Muhammad, and they have the minister as a Black man coach, violin mentor, to put that two together in my realm, which is classical music. I mean, Allah could not have given me a better way forward with what I do. And so many people know me as an artist, but also as a professional educator with my studio, my school, Muhammad School of Music. This is now we're nearing our 30th year of Muhammad School of Music. Wow. And in our 30 years, we've had nearly 30 years, we've had close to 10,000 students that have come through our different programs and performances and school programs, church programs. We've traveled all over the country to perform, to present concerts. And so it's become a life mission. But in that mission, in the mission of arts and culture, and in the mission of bringing, in my own way, what Master W. Fard Muhammad brought to us on this day, July 4th. Again, I'm just honored to be here and just to share just a few words and thoughts. And then I think I'll play something at the end, and I'll turn it back over to Dr. Alim if there are any questions or dialogue or follow up. But I often wondered how I would fit in, being in the nation with the teachings and being a classical violinist. And I read something last night that it was a quote from Mother Tainetta Muhammad, who is the wife of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And she said that he said to her, the Honorable Muhammad said to her that the science of music, color, and medicine is the essence of God's true religion. Wow. And when I read that, and I heard it from her directly, I also heard it from the minister directly, it put me in a place to kind of understand where music and art and culture fits into the divine plan. And I can't think of any aspect of life where music and frequency is not present. I can't think of any moment in existence where the understanding of how music fits into the overall goal and objective, where that is not present. And I also reflected on in the scripture, in the Bible, for those that like to read the Bible, there's an image in the Bible of the king, I think it was Nebuchadnezzar. And in his wickedness, he had these musicians that would play. And whenever they would play the music, according to the Bible, that was the cue for the people to bow down to whatever the wickedness that was going on in that day. But it was the righteous who, when they heard that music, they rejected that inclination. That was when he threw them into the fiery furnace because they wouldn't bow down. But you would be surprised just how much the enemy has used music and broaden it art and culture to use it as a deceiving tool, not just for Black people, but for the whole of humanity. In fact, the United States, where we are right now, she's celebrating 250 years. But her greatest export and from the United States is not, food or automobiles. Her greatest export is her art and culture. It's right. Movies, it's music, it's fashion. And everyone around the world wants to know what the latest movie is coming out of Hollywood or the latest music coming out of New York City or Nashville or Los Angeles. And that's what they're listening to. But to fast forward to where we are, because again, we know that God appeared to us in person, not a spook and not a spirit. But and appearing in person, I believe that He's given me and us the responsibility to shape an entirely new music, art, and culture that the world is going to have to, is going to want to come up to. And so, I played some Earth, Wind, and Fire. Earth, Wind, and Fire, there's so many artists that I could share that have had that inspirational, revolutionary music in their frequency, in their music. Earth, Wind, and Fire. I'm going to play something in a minute from Curtis Mayfield and Bob Marley. And these are artists who took their music and they made it in a way that it lifts the people up and gives them an inspiration. And that's what I want to do, and that's what I hope to do with the students of Muhammad School of Music. There's one final point, as many know that Dr. Alim has been my personal doctor, physician, also a mentor and a coach and an inspiration since, I don't know, maybe 20 years now. And I went to him, came to him recently because if it's Allah's will, this year, October, I'm going to celebrate a 50th birth anniversary concert performance of the Beethoven Violin Concerto. Wow. And Beethoven was one of our original brothers. Beethoven was a Black man living in Europe in the late 1700s into the 1800s. And right. Black man living in Europe, not only did he face the racism, the bigotry that Black people face like we face today, but faced it in Europe, but also Beethoven was the composer who, in the middle part of his life, he lost his hearing. And hearing for a musician like what I do, that should be a career-ending injury. That should be something that ends your career, like a basketball player suffers an injury, career-ending injury, he can't play ball anymore or whatever. But to lose his hearing as a composer who writes the music, to be able to hear the note and write it down, to be able to perform and hear what you're playing, that should have ended his career. But Beethoven was a spiritual brother, and he went to a place in Europe called Heiligenstadt. And Heiligenstadt is a German word that means holy place. And he went to Heiligenstadt actually to go there to take his own life in depression, and he was going to commit suicide. But it was there at Heiligenstadt that God intervened in his affairs and gave Beethoven, anointed Beethoven with the power to compose music in deafness. And so scholars say that the moment that he left Heiligenstadt, his music took a transformative effect. His music became so powerful, so elaborate that the scholars say he was writing music 50 years ahead of his time. He was writing music for the piano that they had to extend the notes on the piano to accommodate what he was writing. He was writing orchestral music that they had to expand the orchestra to make the orchestra bigger, more instruments, more space on the stage to accommodate what he was writing. All this in deafness, right? They say that when the piece that I'm going to perform, this violin concerto, when he wrote the piece, again, he was deaf. The piece I'm going to play right now, I'm going to play in October. They said that piece was so technically difficult, people were afraid to even play it for 50 years after he had died. I'm saying all that to say that when God is present in your life, in our lives, as he's present right now today, July 4th, God in person, when he anoints us with the power to do what we're about to do, like Beethoven, he wrote the concerto 200 years ago, our history, our impact is going to go on into the future. And so at the end, I'm going to invite everyone to come to Buffalo to join me on October 16th. The Holy Day was on, which is also my birth anniversary, October 16th. In Buffalo, I'll give the link, and you can come and witness the Beethoven Violin Concerto like it's never been performed before. And so many people have played it, but with God in person, present in our lives, I'm going to perform it in a way like God in person would perform that piece. And so I'm honored to be here. I'm just thrilled to be a part of this mission, and to be thrilled. I'm thrilled to be a part of this contribution of creating what is going to be the future and the salvation of our people. Because that music that's coming out right now today from the enemy, a big enemy just died the other day. His name is Clyde Davis. And Clyde Davis, the one who was responsible for Whitney Houston and other artists who have died at the hands of the synagogue of Satan. God in person is present now. He's building up an entire new cadre of artists who are going to be that new revolution. So I'm going to play something at the end. I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Alim if you have any follow-up questions. But thank you for having me on this July 4th, the independence of our people and the coming of Master Fard Muhammad. I want to end with another piece by an artist named, it was originally done by Curtis Mayfield in 1970. And it was the artist Kanye West who took this song. The song is called Move On Up. But Kanye West took it and put it with the hip hop beat. And this Kanye West song is called Touch the Sky. And I think it's a wonderful example of how we can take something from the past and bring it into the present and make it new so that the music of Curtis Mayfield lives on in this song. So this is Kanye West and Curtis Mayfield, Move On Up. Just a beautiful song that I love to go out and play. And then I'm going to open the floor up. So here's some Kanye West and some Curtis Mayfield, 1970, Move On Up.
Oh, beautiful, Henri.
Hold on. Give me 1 minute. I got to find it on here. Okay, here we go. Yes.
Brother Doshan, we did have another presenter. Is he on deck? Yao? If not, then we'll go back to Brother Henri. Do you see Yao?
I'm here, Doc. I'm on the Hope Glover today.
Oh, okay. All right. I hear your voice. So let's hear from our next presenter. He's also a personal friend of mine. He's actually my Tai Chi teacher. And I guess we've been doing Tai Chi, for about 2.5 years or maybe 3 years?
I think it's 4 or 5. Yep.
Maybe 4 or 5, maybe so. Yep. So here is Yao Hope Glover. He's a literature professor. In fact, he's the chairman of literature at Bowie State University here in Maryland. And he's a Tai Chi master, studied in China, and has students all over the place. So let's hear from Yao Hope Glover.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum, everybody.
Welcome.
And it's an honor to be here You know, Doc is one of my favorite people. He's taught me so much about, you know, life and living. It's, you know, it's like I'm supposed to be teaching him Tai Chi, but he's a master teacher, and so every time I deal with him, I really get the benefit. I'm trying to share this document here. I have a short PowerPoint. Can you guys see this?
Yes.
Okay. And let me just get the slide here. What is it?
See, while he's doing that, let me just mention real quick that when we developed the Ministry of Arts and Culture, we forgot about sports and athletics. So that's why this is being added here. This is where sports and athletic development and other physical sciences need to be included. So that's where this fits in.
Okay, so I'll be real quick and short. I'm not sure how many people are familiar with Tai Chi. I just put 5 slides together here on the benefits of developing a Tai Chi practice. I'm sure most of you are familiar with this symbol here, which is the yin and yang symbol. And so I just wanted to talk about it for a second. Part of what you notice, and actually I left this out of the notes here, but this is something that's in perfect balance. The circles and the swirls, if you see my cursor, have to deal with the sense of constant movement. And so the way, and this is the principal diagram or symbol of Taoism, which is a core principle, which is a philosophical idea in the West, but it's very practical in Tai Chi. So when we're practicing Tai Chi, the goal is to create the same sense of balance that's presented in this symbol. And then, and Doc has experience with this, we do this all the time, is when you get really, really yin, you relax and you alternate to yang. And when you get really, really yang, you relax and you alternate to yin. So movement in Tai Chi really is not movement as much as it's alternating within a natural balance pattern. So the principles here, and again, we always sound philosophical, but the nation is extremely philosophical and practical at the same time, like Tai Chi. And so the principles here are reversion, dynamic unity, understanding contradictions. This small little dot in the middle of the white says that the thing that is the most yang can become yin. And then this small dot here says the thing that is the most yin will alternate to becoming yang. And then so now I'll just move to Tai Chi. And the key concepts in Tai Chi are syncing, relaxing, alignment. Your dantian, which is just below your belly button, is the energy center in Tai Chi. And so we practice cultivating a sense of energy and feeling there, sinking into the ground, and then circulating that energy. Your Bai Hui is if you put your hand right on the center of your head, your Bai Hui is the place that you are supposed to open up your energy centers when you're practicing Tai Chi. I didn't put it here, but it's under the idea of alignment, that the core Tai Chi is learning how to straighten your spine, relax and sink into the earth, and then use your spine to move your body. And I'll say this too, is that in China, Tai Chi translates as the grand ultimate. And I always jokingly say now, in a civilization as old as China, for somebody to let you get away with saying something is a grand ultimate gives you a sense of how profound and respected the art is. It is the grand ultimate. It is the most sophisticated way to move your body and assume a posture that allows you to integrate your spirit, your mind, and your body. And then I'm holding the ball and then shifting the weight, which is really, really important. And I'll just talk a little bit about this, but shifting the weight is important because Tai Chi, among all things, is also martial. And so, you know, it's this it's got an amazing bandwidth. You can use Tai Chi to meditate. You can use Tai Chi to heal yourself. You can use your Tai Chi to become more aware of your relationship with your own body, your internal organs. But then you can also use it to fight. And the fighting part of Tai Chi is so absolutely beautiful because fighting in Tai Chi is being rooted and balanced enough that people are supposed to bounce off you. So whereas other martial arts may suggest that you are striking or hurting someone, Tai Chi is about centering yourself and contracting your energy and developing a relationship with wherever you stand in gravity, and opponents are deflected by the integrity of the structure that you have in your own body. This is very, very, very profound ideas. And so then I get to just benefits. And I had this little hand thing they gave me. The benefits are it can reduce falls for the elderly. That's a really important one. In China in particular, as people get older, one of the things that they take up as a habit is studying Tai Chi. And I think it's something like it's 85%. There was a study done by Harvard that said 85% less likely to fall if you practice Tai Chi. The art of Tai Chi is about falling into yourself. And so you learn how to balance yourself in such a way that you're less likely to fall. It builds strength, extremely difficult to do. Looks really easy, but extremely difficult. Meditation builds awareness of your relationship with your body. And then, I could have listed almost every element. Chinese people swear by it and would suggest that it's good for everything. But arthritis, I have a good friend who just got back from a workshop in North Carolina with a Tai Chi master, where he learned a particular form that's designed specifically to focus on arthritis. But diabetes, the key organ that's connected to your dantian is your kidneys. And so Tai Chi strengthens your kidneys, lowering high blood pressure through the relationship with the sinking. Sorry, I lost my. And then again, I just put a long list of ailments. And then here, and I've already mentioned this, I didn't create another picture for it, but it has great utility. It's martial, which sort of corresponds to the physical, but all of these elements are integrated in Tai Chi. So it's martial, which is physical, it's spiritual, it promotes energy awareness, and then it's meditative and promotes the mental. And I can take questions if anybody has them, but I also have my contact information here. My blog is freeblackspace.blogspot.com, and I do, I write about a lot of different things, but one of the things I write about is Tai Chi, and then also the relationship between African American culture and Chinese culture. My email is Hope Glover, and then here's my number, and then Strength Core Tai Chi Club, Saturday mornings at 9 o'clock at Watkins Park by the tennis court. And we just go through the basic fundamentals of Tai Chi. So there are lots of different Tai Chi schools. Our approach is to introduce you to the basic principles so that you get a sense of just how difficult, but also how rewarding the art is. So we're not over the top. We're like Tai Chi. We're gentle and we're soft in our teaching method, but we are presenting, the true nature of the art. And so the other person that you can contact if you're interested in the Tai Chi Club is Kwesi at strengthcore.com. And actually, that's an error there. His number is 301-404-1065. But again, I appreciate Doc, and I have, and again, he's shortened that time. I haven't seen him in a while. But all through COVID, Doc and I practiced through all the seasons out in the cold or out in the heat, And we've missed it recently, but we also took up the practice of whenever the equinox or the solstices occur, when the seasons change, we were into Tai Chi, gaining that sense of unity. It was just some really beautiful moments. Doc lives like on this resort, so there's a lake and the ducks And I mean, we used to see the eagles, the hawks would be circling around. So really, and that's so much like what Tai Chi is really about, which is about being a human being, but also opening up and experiencing the unity with nature. But it's an honor, to be able to speak to you guys shortly about it. And, mad respect to Doc. And if there are any questions, I'm free to answer them.
We do have one question in the chat from brother attorney Warren Muhammad. He says, I'm 73 and I've been training Shin Taiji along with Shaolin and H Sing. And I bear witness to its benefits. What style of Taiji do you teach for practice?
Okay, yeah, and so excellent question. The strength core class is based on the fundamentals, but since you're familiar with the detail of Tai Chi, the real thing that I sort of bring to the table if people want to study it is I studied Chin style when I lived in Wuhan from 2016 to 2017. And so if you know is the original Tai Chi, and you cultivate 5G, so, part of what I can teach is 5G, but usually when I'm teaching with strength core, I'm teaching just the fundamentals and alignment. So we do grasp the sparrow's tail, Pong Lu, Ji and An, and then I also teach some parts of the Chin form, but it takes a while, to cultivate 5G. And in order to, keep people relaxed and connected to the principles, I usually don't introduce that. But if you ever wanted to learn the short form, the San Shi San, I'm definitely available to do that.
Okay. Is Brother Henri still with us? I had a question for him if he's still with us.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here.
Let me ask you a question. I don't know if you have the answer to it, but could you kind of outline the impact that the Nation of Islam or the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad have had on popular music, with the jazz musicians,
yes, sir,
and the R&B musicians down through the years? Would you comment?
Yes, sir. So I don't know all the history, but things I've heard along the way of the impact of the nation. Of course, the Honorable Farrakhan's brother Alvin was a phenomenal jazz pianist. But the nation in jazz, I learned a long time ago, actually from Minister Akbar Muhammad, may Allah be pleased with him, that John Coltrane's masterpiece, A Love Supreme, was inspired by the supreme wisdom of Master W. Fard Muhammad, a love supreme that came, from those teachings. There's been many artists that have been touched by the teachings. I watched yesterday the janaza of Mother Khadija Farrakhan, may Allah be pleased with her, and I heard Stevie Wonder sing. And in the Songs of the Key of Life album from September 1976, before I was born, in those credits, he credits Abdul Halim Farrakhan, which is the name that Damaris Louis Farrakhan had under the leadership of Imam W.D. Muhammad. I can think of when I was in middle school, the rap group Public Enemy, who during that time, that was the conscious rap era. They had what we call conscious rap. We had all sorts of ensemble groups, soul artists, KRS-One, Big Daddy Kane, the X-Clan, and the Public Enemy said, I'm the follower of Farrakhan. Don't tell me that you hear the man. Don't tell me that you understand that you hear the man. I didn't know who Farrakhan was at the time, but I knew that those brothers were preaching a conscious rap thing back then. And so, Master Muhammad brought a supreme wisdom, and along with that supreme wisdom and that culture, one of the areas that I researched when I was in college was the timing of the evolution of jazz in the 1910, 20, 30s, which is when the Savior was present, making his way through America. That evolutionary period where jazz is coming into birth. I mean, jazz is an entirely new musical style that we Black people, along with even classical music as well, but here in the United States of America, jazz is that original music of Black people. And it's not a coincidence that around the 1910, 20, the so-called Harlem Renaissance, just to go back even further, you know, they call it the Harlem Renaissance, but it was actually in Europe. The Renaissance in Europe was initiated by the Blackamoors who went into Europe, the Black people that went into Europe with not just electricity, running water, medicine, but we also brought musical instruments, ballet, opera. We brought those into Europe. So that was that European Renaissance, and the same it was in America, the Harlem Renaissance. I would argue, as a follower of the Alim Muhammad, that it was Master W. Fard Muhammad's presence that launched the Harlem Renaissance into the 1930s, jazz, rock and roll, you know, Little Richard, all that music, even some of the gospel music that we were singing in the church. I would accredit all that to the presence of God in person here in North America.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
So let me do a time check here with Brother Dosan. We're getting ready for our next session, which is agriculture and food production. So yes, do we have any of those presenters on deck right now?
Let's see.
I can't really tell from where I am.
Dr. Lee, 1 second there, brother. I can't see. I'm looking for Kush Elamine.
Yeah, that's my son, Kush. Is he there?
Your son, yes, sir. I don't see Brother Kush up here or Olympia Assar.
Okay, and then also we had heard from Sister Melody. Do you see her?
Sister Melody. Sister Melody.
For me.
Oh, is that Brother Kush?
Yes, it is.
Oh, Assalamu alaikum, Kush.
Walaikum salam.
Yeah. So glad that you were able to make it. Let me give my son a little introduction here. Besides being my son, he's a professional musician. He's an award-winning musician. He and his group won the Washington Area Music Awards a few years ago. And for the last several years, Kush has been farming the old farm of Harriet Tubman on the eastern shore of Maryland, across the Bay Bridge. And so I guess that's where he is now. He's down there in the field, and they're planting vegetables. They have an orchard. They have a greenhouse. So Kush, why don't you take it from there and explain to people what you do and how you do it and what it's all about?
Sure. One correction, I'm not at Mount Pleasant Acre Farms, which is located on the eastern shore in Preston, Maryland. I am at the farm incubator in Watkins Park in Prince George's County, sponsored by Prince George's County. This is an incubator program that is meant to inspire and facilitate the growth of farming business and entrepreneurs interested in growing their own food. So I'm out here now. These are string beans. We got a few things going on right now. This is a smaller setup than the Eastern Shore. And so we got about a half an acre that we're working with, and we have a few different varieties on the way. And it's an exciting opportunity. We're looking forward to providing more food into the DMV area. We are all organic, meaning that we don't use any chemicals of any kind, any part of the process. And the reality is maybe there's a few more weeds, but there's no carcinogens present. And we are excited and honored to be able to do this work because you can taste it in our food. And we are here to feed our people and make this quality of food available for all who are in need. And so there's a lot going on through the company Abundant Life Market, inspired by the Abundant Life Clinic. You can go online, www.abundantlifemarket.com. We sell nutritional supplements such as Green Cake, created by Dr. Alim Muhammad, and we are shipping nationwide. We locally source produce and are looking forward to distributing tons of food this season. At this point, we have done so in the last season or so and are expanding our operation surely by the grace of Allah.
Tell us about what you're growing, Kush.
Okay, behind me, you can see this.
Yeah.
This is this zucchini. So I'm gonna see if we have any to pick. Forgive my camera skills because I'm a bit reversed from what would be normal camera wise. I don't know if you can see that, but here's one good one. So that's organic produce, fresh off the vine, no chemicals. We have a good amount of these happening. These are just now starting to flower and blossom fruit. We have another one right here. These are quite large. What's important to understand is I was here today and none of these were here. So this got this big in less than 24 hours. This was not even on the plant yesterday. Anyway, we have string bean. We have bell peppers. String beans are just over there. They're about to start flowering. We have a good amount of them on the way. You can see the flowers happening. And we have a good few lines of these going on. We have okra also. We have tomatoes that are just starting to happen. And like I said, it's a good amount on the way. This is a nice green one right there. I don't know if you could all see that. Inform me if you cannot, so I can maybe aim a little better. But here are the bell peppers. These are emerald green bell peppers.
Uh-huh.
And they're coming along and starting to flower. So we're looking forward to quite a bit of food coming up in the next few weeks and certainly in the next few months. And like I said, we are locally distributing this produce in the DMV area. We're based in Prince George's County, but we serve DC, Maryland, and Virginia. And if you are interested, you can contact us online at ComHeal at IG, or you can email myself at kushamir@gmail.com. There's other contact methods that we could perhaps talk. We can DM if you want to directly contact me because we do deliver. That's another aspect of what we're doing is grocery delivery. So we will go from farm to table to your door. However, is most accommodating. So that's about it. We're busy doing this. As you can see, I'm sweaty out here, and this is what we do pretty much every day. And we're looking forward to spending even more time out here in the fields. There's healing out here. There's therapy out here. So this is a healthy place to be, despite the sweat and the dirt.
Okay, Coach. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Do you need any help? You need any help?
We have a question, Dr. Alim, from Sister Son. And we have one from Brother Chief Dr. Malik.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Kush.
Wa alaikum salam.
I'm in the PG County area. Do you all service farmers markets? Are you up here at farmers in the area?
Well, we're just now engaging with the farmers markets in the area. There's a farmers market on this site. It's actually currently happening behind me, just a ways down the hill. I don't know if you can see that gazebo off in the distance.
Okay.
There's a farmers market here every Saturday, and this is in Watkins Park.
Oh, okay.
And it's a fenced-in area off to the side of the park. But if you're on Enterprise Road, it's pretty easy to see. We're right across the street from First Baptist Church, Glen Arden.
Oh, yes, I know what it is. Okay.
So we're directly across the street from there. And so every Saturday we do that. We do grocery delivery and service PG County. Right now, we're a little behind in our schedule in terms of harvesting. So we're looking forward to having our inventory ready in the next few weeks, honestly.
Okay.
We have a few selections available now, but we could, talk about what you're interested in at this point, and we may have something for you now.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Kush.
Wa alaikum salam, sir.
Good to hear you. Good to see your face again, brother. All praises be to Allah. You telling me that monster you had in your hand, you did it in 24 hours?
That was not here yesterday. I checked all those plants before I left at around 7 p.m.
Yeah.
And so at 7 p.m., that monster was not there. Not even, it's okay. It might be a baby today. It wasn't even that scenario.
Wow.
So we have irrigation run. We run drip line up and down our rows, and overnight watering, I think, is the causation of that phenomenon.
That's amazing.
Yeah, the plants are amazing, and this has taught me a whole lot of what, Allah has really set up for us naturally.
Yes.
I think a lot of what, especially in this country, the ideas are, like we have to create something that wasn't there before in order to progress, when, really the key is already in our hands in most cases. And if we would just recognize it as what it is and use it as such, we might be better off than what we are.
That's right.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. That was amazing. I'm not a green thumb. I'm a green hornet. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. I like that.
Kush, why don't you tell them what you brought me when you found out that I was suffering from the shingles and had a terrible rash on my chest?
Yeah, we have examples of that. Comfrey is a plant that I became familiar with maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and it is amazing. Let me see if I can get a good version of that to show you. These are a little frazzled by the heat. A lot of times they'll flatten out more so than this, but that is a comfrey leaf, and this is a comfrey plant, and it is quite simply magical. Its abilities to heal the human body on many levels. So I first became familiar with those healing properties when I was working and cut my thumb. And, the tip of my thumb on the side was kind of missing and flapping around. And I was bleeding. And I had a comfrey plant, and I wet it, and I took the stem off. And one good thing about the leaf is that it is self-adhesive. So this side is soft, and this side has a slightly prickly surface. So you can wrap that, and I wrapped that around my thumb, and it stayed on without any tape or anything to keep it on my thumb. It wrapped around itself and stayed while I continued to work with hand tools with no gloves, and it stayed on my thumb for the next 20, 30 minutes. And I looked down at my thumb because I didn't remember the pain that I experienced for the last 20 minutes. And I looked down at my hand, and I looked down at the leaf still on my thumb. And then I took the leaf off my thumb, and I realized my thumb didn't even look like I had cut a nub off it. There was no line from where the cut even happened. There was no blood. There was no inflammation. And it was pretty much back to normal in about a half an hour. And I took the leaf off and continued working. That was my first encounter. And then I started studying more and realized that it is a coagulant, anti-inflammatory agent that you can use to heal cuts and also bone breaks, ligaments, muscle, any kind of strain or trauma. And I started talking to people about it, and there were people who knew about its healing properties who started coming to me for comfrey, one of whom was treating their own osteoporosis successfully by consuming comfrey, because comfrey will heal your bones, your ligaments, your muscles, your skin, all of the above. And so it is quite simply amazing. I can't tell you why it does that,
I don't know. I've asked Dr. Alim, and we're trying to get to the bottom of why it even happens. But this is something that will prevent knee surgeries and these hip surgeries that we're so inundated by, and a lot of the bumps and bruises that turn into debilitating conditions can be treated before they become debilitating. And it's something that I'm dedicated to growing a lot of because of what I've seen. And there's so much more that I could talk about, but we don't have but so much time. But there are amazing things that are possible with the concrete plant. The reality is CVS probably has 6 to 7 products that individually do one of the things that Concrete Leaf does. And so once again, this is a true example of Allah put this here for us. And this is what has already been here since the beginning. And if we would just recognize it for what it is, you know, we would be saved from calamity that comes from using these people's methods or whatever instruments they claim to have created. Oh, they created a Band-Aid? Oh, okay. The Band-Aid was created to mimic what a concrete leaf does naturally. So realizing these facts, that may not be written in a book, but I realized it myself. That's why I brought that leaf to my father when he told me his condition, because I understood that comfrey has done amazing things, and it could do an amazing thing in that scenario.
That's awesome, Kush. I was just looking at Revelations 22:2, and it gives structure to what you're saying, because he says in 22:2, he says, on each sides of the river stood the tree of life, bearing 12 crops of fruit, yielding its fruit every month. And the leaves of the trees are for the healing of the nations.
Wow. Yes, indeed.
And Doc told me you gave him them leaves.
Yeah.
And then with the sucking on his body, because his body is from the earth.
Yes.
And that's why he says every fruit and vegetable and herb, seed-bearing herb, will be as a meat for you, a medication for you. So yeah, brother, that was awesome right there. Man, this is a hot program, Doc. Jeez.
Yes.
Yes.
All praises due to Allah.
I do need to get back to work. Yeah, we're going to steady out here, and you know, you'll get in shape doing this work. It's certainly complete. I encourage anyone who's interested in helping contact us directly. You can take my number down, 240-604-0164. Contact DM this app. Contact the link, however it happens. We can work together. We're looking for the interested folks are looking to contribute what they can. Time-wise, you may not have to get as sweaty as I do, but every second that you spend out here, I guarantee it is a blessing just to stand out in the wind and the sunshine. You know, and so there is healing for us here. And if you are willing to get involved as I am, then yes, we have plenty of work to do, and we have plenty of our people to feed.
Yeah,
that's right.
What's your number again, Kush?
240-604-0164.
240-604-0164.
Yes.
All right.
Perfect. Awesome. Thanks, bro.
Blessings.
Okay, that's my son, Kush Amir El Amin.
He is his father's son.
Allahu Akbar. Have a great rest of your day, everybody. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Thank you.
Alaikum salam.
So Sister Alim Muhammad or Sister Olympia Sarge yet?
No, sir, they have not.
Okay, we have maybe 7 more minutes in this the agricultural ministry panel. Does anyone have anything to say? I'm sorry, Dr. Alim, do you have anything to add, dear brother?
Hold on here a second. I'm trying to get myself.
I had something to add.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, well, the other day, just to let you know, 2 weeks ago, last week, there were 2 conventions taking place here in D.C. As I told people, in Cobra's 37th annual convention took place, but also Howard University had sponsored the HBCU Entrepreneurial Summit. And so I did a live giving a commentary, and I mentioned our brother, another wise scientist, but I'm not speaking of George Washington Carver, which he was, and I recommend we study his work. But I recommend we also study the work of Booker T. Washington, who in some respects is still misrepresented or misinterpreted. One thing that Booker T. Washington stated to us, many people accuse him of being anti-intellectual, anti-arts, which is that doesn't make any sense because he created a school. And what distinguishes Booker T. Washington and Tuskegee University from other HBCUs is that not only was it founded by a black man, but it was built by formerly enslaved black people, brick by formerly enslaved black people. And Booker T. Washington was telling us to stay with the earth. And at one time, many of our HBCUs, as much criticism as Booker T. Washington got from the black bourgeoisie, if you would, some of the higher educated black folk, many of our HBCUs have patterned themselves after the Tuskegee University model. That's why you have so-and-so A&M, so-and-so A&T. They were patterning themselves after the Booker T. Washington mold. So I think that's important to remember. He was telling us to stay with the earth.
Yes.
So I just had to add that. Even though, like I said, I'm a community man, but I still offer commentaries on various aspects of black culture. And I actually, Dr. Alim, I said that too to try to give us some time. But I wanted to add that.
Well, no, that's very important. And I don't know if you know it or not, but prior to 75, in every edition of the Muhammad Speaks, there was an article written by, I think the sister's name was Anna Kareem. And the title of the article was Islam at Tuskegee. And every week there was an article about Tuskegee Institute. And at that time, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had offered to buy Tuskegee Institute.
Yes, sir.
When he talked about building an educational center, he said, well, they already built one. So he wanted to buy Tuskegee. And he pointed out that they had, along with everything else, they had 1,200 acres of fertile farmland. And he questioned why Tuskegee was begging, philanthropists for handouts when all they had to do was go to work on those 1,200 acres and produce wealth out of the ground. So there's quite a history there, and we need to study that. Now, one other thing, we're down to the last 2 minutes here before we go to our next segment, which is going to be on trade and commerce. But look what I have in my hand here.
Oh, wow.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's from Muhammad's farm.
All right.
So this is a can of okra. It's probably of almost 50 years old. I bought this at the Your Supermarket in Chicago 1 year at Savior's Day. And since I don't really like okra, that's the only reason why this can still exists. I ate all the rest of it. But I don't like okra, so I still have the can. But this is just proof to show that from Muhammad's from Muhammad's farms, food was being distributed.
It is our divine solution. You go on radio. I'm an avid listener of Carl Nelson show, and he has all of his presenters that come there, and they all speak. And they're all speaking on the various issues that ail our community on a daily basis. And all I hear out of that is the 9 ministries. All of them. It is our solution. I have a mentor in business. and he's been teaching me a lot about business lately as it relates to corporation and structure. Let me just bag up briefly and say this. Master Alim Muhammad, he came unassuming. He came like a thief in the night. He came in sinful flesh to condemn sin in the flesh. So he came looking like them, moving throughout the Americas. No problem.
Brother, can I interrupt you just a second? I just sent your logo to Chief Malgana. So if you look in your email, Chief, you'll see his logo that he was asking for.
Okay. Yeah, if you can place that on the screen, I want everybody to be able to see that and internalize that type of vision as it relates to corporations, as it relates to holdings, as it relates to trust. Now, I'm going to try to connect everything that I'm saying as it in reference to my mentor, as it in reference to the teachings, as well as what the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan has been teaching us. Okay? The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan did say in a lecture one day, he said, brother, if you're going to do business, well, then you better have a military. That never left me. Well, what does that mean? Everybody that's going to be a part of this movement is a soldier. You are a lawyer, you are a judge, you are an accountant, you are a doctor, you're a CEO, secretary, whatever you are. You are that military. Same way we have a military within our ranks. Everybody's always on post. We're looking, well, we're not necessarily for an enemy. We speak one language in the ranks, or at least we should. So we have to protect what it is that we are trying to build. Okay? So my mentor told me, he said, look, brother, don't hate the player, hate the game. He said, learn how to play the game and become a player. Well, what does that mean for the corporation? With these 9 ministries, you got to have some money. This whole world operates on a corporation. The United States is a corporation. South Africa is a corporation. Every country on the planet is a corporation, and that is the way that they operate. And they deal with trade and commerce, and they deal with the 9 ministries. Dr. Alim said, we have a nation, and we want to put this nation on the Honorable Mr. Louis Farrakhan's shoulder. This 9 ministries is a nation. It is the mothership, a mothership. Okay? So, with that being said, you have to have a corporation, and the corporation will establish the money. A corporation is only designed to get money. And that is what we want to do. We need a corporation so that we're able to get the money. The corporation is structured on a 7 structure, and it's also structured on an upside down T structure, meaning we build wide and we increase in revenue. I'm sorry?
Go ahead. Just go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Just go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. You can continue.
Okay, I'm sorry. So we have to build wide and we go up vertical in revenue. All right, the corporation, the way the corporation is set up, the corporation gets the monies, and then it establishes the DBAs. The DBAs are your 9 ministries. The DBA will still fall under the corporation, but when let's say the Ministry of Trade and Commerce needs $300,000, and that corporation and that DBA needs to, they have a product that they want to sell. Okay, the corporation gets the money, and then it's shifted down to that Ministry of Trade and Commerce. The same way it is with Ministry of Health and Human Services and all of the other ministries that we are looking to establish. We're moving unassuming. We're moving unthreatening. They don't see us coming, and they don't need to see us coming. They just need to know, oh, another corporation set up, and they are moving, and they're buying up this, that, and the other. But if they knew, boom, hey, man, these people from the nation, these black national people, they up here, they buying up this, we don't need to come out like that. We need to come unassuming. We need to move in the form of a corporation. Now, you're going to also need a holdings company. But what is that holdings company going to do? It's a private trust. The holdings is a trust, and it has agreements with the holdings corporation. It operates in the public. The holdings trust does not operate in the public. It will assume the assets of everything that we acquire under our various ministries. It is held over there so that if anything happens, somebody's trying to sue us or they try to take us down, where our assets are protected. They can't find them. It's going to take them 3 or 4 years, but even by that time frame, we will have already moved it into the master trust. The master trust is the mother trust that holds everything. It holds the corporation, it holds the holdings trust, and it also holds all of our assets, and they are protected. This is what I was explaining to Dr. Alim, that this is what we have to have going forward. This is the structure that is needed in place. And I also mentioned to him that on a national level, I was begging to differ on a national level. I think it could get too messy and stuff can get lost. And we have to hold people accountable when we are establishing the 9 ministries. There are going to be people that's going to be over each ministry. And when they are done regionally, locally by way of city, or regionally by way of 2 or 3 areas like the DMV, you can operate on a regional level because you're close by. It's from the ground up. We have to establish these things from the ground up at each city that is establishing, or each mosque city that is going to establish their 9 ministry. Well, then you should have a corporation. A corporation with CEO, secretary, and VP. You got to have an accountant. You have to acquire the loans to be able to do this. And the banks will give you everything that you need when you are properly structured. And that's one of the things, one of the banking secrets that we were not taught. The banks are looking for you to be structured in a certain way in order for them to be able to give you the money that you need. So if you're coming in as a corporation, you're a holdings company, but you have your DBAs down below, just like Starbucks. Starbucks, that equates, well, it don't equate to coffee, but it's just the name. But it is a DBA under a larger corporation. And they have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Starbucks all over the country. And they get money just like that because of how they are structured. Well, this is what we have to have also. We move unassuming. And when we move unassuming, we begin to build and build and build. I'm going to close with this. There was a movie called The Core, and the actor in there, his name was Delroy Lindo. And it was when the Earth's core had stopped. And the brother had a laser type ship that could blow through rock so that they could travel and get to the core of the Earth. And it was nuclear. So what they had to do, they had to drop each section of their ship in the core so that they could create synergy and to get the core restarted. Well, this is kind of like how I see what we are getting ready to embark on here. You got brothers and sisters out there in LA. You got brothers and sisters that are in Houston. You got brothers and sisters in the DMV in Chicago. Well, if one of us, when I say one of us, a city, that we're able to establish the 9 ministries, and we can have a corporation, and we establish a holdings trust, and we establish a master trust, and we establish all of the DBAs to fall up under that and start to become successful, well, then we could produce that synergy in every other city, and that would get us turning on our axis in a way. And we are doing for self, and we're doing for the community. It creates the jobs. We're solving all of our problems in the same manner as you see Brother Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso. They're doing things themselves, and they're making the other African countries and presidents look very bad. And this is why they don't like them, because, like the minister said, hey, outwork the devil. And that's all we got to do is outwork them. When we outwork them, China's going to come and say, look, hey, can we help you guys out? Russia may come and say, hey, can we help you guys out?
That's right.
The message said the whole world is looking for our rise. Huh? Whoa, whoa, whoa. How is the whole world looking for our rise? I got a confirmation on that when Barack Obama became president. And I was...
Oh, no. Okay, so I lost my connection. I guess what I need to do now is just end this live, maybe start again when I get reconnected. How about